lines. Just fill out a simple intake form, and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. What a perfect day, Doug, because we have so many wonderful things going on.
All right.
So many wonderful things to talk about. Jackson has prepared a Stiefel dossier for the ages. Jackson, why don't you tell Doug what we have?
Oh,
A lot of fun today.
Okay.
So, Doug, the Missouri and Auburn played a football game on Saturday evening.
Right.
What?
And there was a gentleman on the call of that game. His name was Tom Hart.
Friend of the show.
Friend of the show.
Okay.
He was on the play-by-play. He'll join us at 7:30.
Beta Theta Pi, University of Missouri. Am I right on that, Martin? Beta Theta Pi
Sounds right.
on Chi.
He'll tell us all about what happened on the plains. And then at 8:15, we'll talk about the St. Louis Blues.
Oh, a Jim Dandy. What a response on Saturday night at the Enterprise Center.
right.
Hello again, everybody.
Yep, nice little response for the Blue Note against the Dallas Stars. Chris Kerber is going to join us at 8:15 to talk about that. And then at 9 o'clock, Gabe DeArmond of PowerMizzou.com will also help break down what was a thrilling double OT victory at Auburn for the Missouri Tigers as they head to Nashville next week for College Game Day and the Vanderbilt Commodores.
Oh, Bill.
Hello,
Tim,
William.
you wanted College Game Day. You got it.
You better believe it. Papers, my guess is you are heading down there with Herb, with oatmeal, and with the Frog Dad.
I would say it's 25% chance I go.
25%
Come on.
chance.
You're 27 years old. You get in a car.
You don't realize what is in front of you, and it's not good. It's not good. Seize this opportunity. Chase the ass.
Right.
It's bachelorette party season. Oh, I'm just going to go down there and have a girls' weekend. No, you're not. You're going to hoo around. And Jackson's going to be right there to take advantage of it, and he's going to celebrate a big win over Diego Pavia with Pat McAfee. This is your time. Our time is done. This is your time. Let's go get it now.
Give me your fucking feet. Maybe hold up a giant sign, a game that just says, it's Papers time.
That's right.
Just
Give me your
stand
effing feet. That's what I was holding up.
Can we have a TMA invasion in the background at College Game Day?
I think there's going to be great Missouri Tiger representation in Nashville
I'm feeling
this
that.
weekend.
And you should be there. You're 27. If you can't get a hotel, you sleep at a truck stop. I don't care.
Sleep at a truck stop.
It doesn't matter.
Like in my car?
Yes, it does. You're 20. Sleep in your. It
doesn't
Milk
matter.
Dud gets a cheap motel. You sleep in the tub. I don't care. You need to go.
sleep in the
Thank you,
tub?
Martin. I agree with you.
Get your
whatever it
posse
takes.
together, call Frog Dad and
Frog Dad's
Scoochie
in.
and Pootie Britches, all of them, and go.
Scoochie. I need to have a friend named Scoochie.
Libby Jack, I went to College Game Day in Austin, Texas, and I'm not even a Mizzou fan. Jesus. It's Eric in the Central West End, and he's encouraging you.
How about already getting hell about this? I said that as a
We
possibility.
need you to
What better
do
trip
this.
could there possibly be? What better Mizzou road trip could there possibly be than
I don't
this
think there is one this season.
No. Nashville is close.
Yeah.
Great town. Big game.
Well, we
huge
got
game.
Matt Holiday invited us to stay at his house for Boomer Sooner.
Oh, that's right.
So we got that one already. But you
Yeah.
need one in October.
Yeah, I need some.
Well, what's the
road
holdup,
action.
baby? What's the holdup?
Ticket price. Don't have a place to stay. Really, I
Martin already
kinda
told you
do.
the truck stop.
Doesn't matter. You sleep on the side of the highway. You're 27. You do stupid crap. That's what you do. This kid.
Maybe I said maybe 25% chance I go.
Do they have a fraternity chapter at
there you
Vanderbilt
go.
Nice.
to
Yeah.
match the one at Mizzou?
Yeah,
I bet they got
Yes.
they got a couch somewhere.
Hey, I was an active member 6 years ago.
And they love that. when
yeah.
the old guys come back.
Yeah.
Can I come-
Especially ones that didn't live there.
Yeah, can I come stay at your place?
There's no more street cred than when the...
You got to play all the angles on this one.
Yeah,
though.
you're right though.
Tim and I'll put in a call to the Sigma Chi house
Yeah.
down there.
In Hoke.
We'll just lie and say you got some blow, and you're in, okay? You're in.
I've heard that there is
Tight read.
a hotel shortage in Nashville. Just in
That was
in the big
15 years
picture.
ago. Now it's flooded. You can
is it
stay at a
really?
great hotel down there for like $200 a night.
Oh, well, there you go.
We're thinking about it.
Oh, yeah, okay, now let's shift it to Tim.
We're
you stay at
legitimately
a truck
thinking about
stop. I don't care.
Well, I would be bringing at least one tyke, maybe two. So it's a different situation. Jackson's down there with the bachelorette parties, and he's going to have the bridesmaids, the maids of honor. He's going to have it all. And Doug, what they drive around up and down Broadway, and what do they do?
With topless buses and loud country music blaring, and all the time the girls are going, woo,
about
just
that?
to prove how fun they're having. They don't sing that.
Hey, Mike. You go down there on that, bro. You request a song, and the bands will play anything you want, as long as you give them $20 and put it in a big bucket.
It's by Jim Stafford. It was really popular in the 70s called My Girl Bill. Here's the lyrics. I printed them out for you.
You brought it with you.
An old timer will know that song.
Sure. Sure.
So
Well, it's-
Jackson is headed to Nashville to represent the morning after at College Game Day. Doug, what does it speak to for the slate this weekend that they're going to Nashville for Missouri and Vanderbilt?
It's just real exciting. I'm sure Missouri will have a large contingent of fans.
You better
down
believe it. LSU had more fans there on Saturday than Vanderbilt did.
Yeah. And one of them would let you stay with, would let you bunk with them, I'm sure.
That's like an 8-hour drive, too, from Baton Rouge.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
That's a haul.
Yeah.
And I found myself rooting for Vandy, and then I went, crap, the picks. I think I picked LSU to cover it. I'm like, I couldn't enjoy the game because of the stupid picks. I think I went 0 for 10.
No, you didn't
We
do
only
that.
had 8 games, Martin. That's mathematically impossible.
Okay,
It's
0
good
for
news.
8, whatever.
Tim leading the pack at 6-2.
And he loved Vandy?
Loved Vanderbilt.
And it was just like
they were handing out free money in Nashville and Tuscaloosa this past Saturday.
it was like 4.5 points away from a 8-0 slate for Tim. Doug went 4-4. Martin and myself both went 3-5.
I thought it was worse, but I wanted Vandy to win.
We all got Mizzou.
Not only because it takes down LSU, but it also makes the Mizzou game even bigger, hence game day.
Yes, indeed. And Pat McAfee said on game day when they were picking Vanderbilt LSU that there are game day implications. Honestly, it didn't even cross my mind that game day would be in play for Missouri and Vanderbilt until McAfee said that. But at the same time, I hadn't looked ahead to the slate. Have they already been at LSU this year? I'm crowdsourcing early on in the 7 o'clock hour.
I don't know.
hate to do that.
I don't believe so.
That really surprises me.
For the A&M game?
I guess if LSU would have won, they would have gone there.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why McAfee was saying
Like
game
whoever
day
wins this
implications.
game.
Right. But then Missouri would have had to beat Auburn, and if they didn't, then perhaps they would have gone North Dakota Stating for their let's step down for a weekend trip that they tend to do.
I think if Memphis beats UAB, they might have a different conversation with them in USF. But,
Jeez.
yeah, it's a bad slate. It's a bad slate.
Is it a bad slate?
It's not. It's
got
Oh, the
A&M
big
and LSU.
noon kickoff is going to Bloomington. Joe Buck, Tom Ackerman, stand up. Big noon
Who's,
kickoff.
Indiana got
UCLA. They're giving them a little love.
bad slate.
and slate. Jackson doubles down. He might be right.
It's on Fox this Saturday.
that's a
Big
fine
noon
game.
kickoff.
Yeah.
Indiana will probably stomp them just for fun.
Yeah.
I thought Doug picked War Eagle being the beaker that he is. That's from Rusty Pecker. Doug picked Missouri.
I had Missouri.
And we got mocked when we all picked Mizzou to win. And it's that close. It's that close. Boy, that was tight. Little nerve-wracking. I really enjoyed Drink celebrating the field goal that wasn't good. It was close.
He was absolutely certain it was good.
Yeah.
I have to say, I'm really surprised by that.
That he wouldn't have been a little more hesitant to make sure.
I don't know if it's kind of like when there's 3 balls on a hitter and it's a borderline pitch, so you try to sell it by starting to run down the first baseline, that kind of move. It was clear to me that was not good. Let me take you gentlemen back to approximately 10:15 Saturday night. They call a timeout. Hugh Freeze calls a timeout before Bobby Boots goes out there and kicks it. Jackson, I'll start with you. Your level of confidence that he was going to make the 38-yard field goal to win the game for Missouri. Honest answer. We're only doing honest.
60%.
Martin.
20. I said out loud, he'll miss it.
Doug.
Sorry.
I thought he would make it.
40% was where I was.
Oh, I just assumed.
And I kind of feel like that was high.
What drove me crazy is the third down play should have been a run to the right, to the middle of the field.
Let me tell you something. I couldn't agree more with you, brother. And I just got out of my chair and the phone books fell off.
How hard is that?
Never, ever. I hate when my compadres text me during a game that they know that I care about. It's just like, leave me alone. I leave you alone. But the colonels sometimes interact, and there's a group chat of us who went to journalism school, including people who didn't graduate. And I texted Gabe. I go, the third down play. And I go, what in God? 3rd and 4. And Gabe had, I think, tweeted or texted in our group chat, you have to treat it like you have to score a touchdown because you know what you have as kicker. You have what you have with Bobby Boots, and he does what he does. He's just tight. And someday maybe he'll get over it. But right now you got what you got. So you got to treat it like you have to score a touchdown. It doesn't matter if you're at the 2-yard line. 3rd and 4. And they pass it. I couldn't agree with you more on that. It's the only thing that I'm going to hyper focus on that is in the weeds that 98% of the audience probably doesn't remember. But God bless you for bringing it up.
Well, if you're just going to play for the field goal, get it to the middle of the field.
Absolutely.
Why do you want to make the kick as difficult as possible on this kicker that's having trouble anyway? If they're in the middle of the field, that kick is good. He missed it by about a foot to the left. Get the ball in the middle of the field when you have a chance.
I was really stunned by that. First time I've texted Colonel in the middle of a game, it was just, what are we doing here?
I would say generally they had some issues setting up the field goal in both in the end of regulation and that first overtime.
And in regulation, they just went backwards. They just went straight backwards.
I like backwards.
One of the silliest, when I saw
Backwards pass.
Bokerville drop back on that after get into the 30-yard line, I said, oh boy. And then he took a sack. The only thing you can't do in that situation, I was wrong, though. You can throw it backwards on a screenplay. And
thankfully, it went out of bounds.
Yeah.
If he had fumbled it, it would have been a fumble, and Nashville could have recovered.
I would have vomited.
Yeah, it makes you think, why is Kirby Moore such a highly sought-after offensive coordinator exactly? What do other schools see in this offense that makes them say, hey, we got to have that offensive coordinator?
Running to the short side on every single play.
That bothers me, too.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. Like every single play.
I still feel like 7 games into the season, I'm not sure who Missouri is. I'm not sure if they're really good or just kind of average.
Well, who is really good? Who is really good generally, and then who is really good in the SEC?
Alabama's really good.
Well, yeah, there's some really good teams. I wish Missouri was among them. I'm not sure. Maybe they are. If you play Alabama that close, maybe you are. It's not easy to go into Auburn and get a win. That's the bottom line. They got a win that they absolutely had to have, and they're still very much in the picture. But when you watch them play, you just want them to be better. I guess we want them to play to our expectations. Maybe their expectations are too high. But they are getting the wins, just not very pretty.
Well, they were just a 1.5-point favorite, or 1 point, depending on where you got your action on Saturday night. So it wasn't like they went in there as a 10-point favorite. I'll say this, and I don't know where you guys were. I asked you your mindsets going into the field goal opportunity for a friend of the program, Bobby Boots. And there obviously wasn't a whole lot of confidence across the dais. But when they were down 17-10, I was stunned when they scored a touchdown to tie it.
I was too.
You were? Okay, that's where
because Auburn was dominating the game. In the third quarter, Auburn was totally dominated. And it's like they ran out of gas about midway through the fourth quarter. The Auburn guys just looked like they were gassed. And Mizzou was able to turn it around when I didn't think they had a shot.
It was about offensive line play for Missouri just being dominated by Auburn's defensive line. Auburn has played 4 coin flip games against 4 teams that are in the mix for a college football playoff spot. It goes back to Oklahoma, where they were banged by the referees, Texas A&M, and that was in College Station. The previous week against Georgia, also banged by the officials. And this past Saturday night. Now, whether or not Missouri is a real college football playoff contender, I'm certain that plenty of people in our audience would say they are not, but mathematically they still are. And Auburn could have won all 4 of those games. Their core issue is they just have zero offense. And the strange thing is when I was watching Auburn at Columbia last year, and I live bet Missouri when they were down 17-3. The reasoning was Auburn can't move the football. And here we are 365 days later, and Auburn can't move the football.
No.
And the overtime was certainly a great illustration of that. You want to talk about questionable third down plays? How about Auburn being down 6 in the second overtime, and they run it on third and 6.
Loved it.
I guess that was a form of a trick play. Doug, they didn't like it on the Plains.
No. Coaching for that job there, Hugh.
And then Trotter leaps over the blocker on the 4th down play and says, that'll wrap her on up, Jackson Arnold. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you for your delicious Oklahoma game last year and your Auburn game this year.
Thanks for holding the rock.
God almighty.
You hate to accuse Auburn of not being able to win the big game, but they're 1-19 in their last 20 games against ranked opponents.
So they can't win the big game.
1-19.
You just said they can't win the big game. Mizzou's got some difference makers on defense. And
I'm telling you, brother.
Maybe you just adjust how you look at the team, because we always talk about stars on offense, and I think you just have to accept this is not a dynamic offense, but it might be a dynamic defense, and you may have to win some games just kind of ugly like this. And they did defend him. That Zion Young, my God.
They got some guys that step up and hit.
Yes,
They KO'd 2 guys on Alabama.
And to your point, Doug, on the third quarter, Garcelle, I believe, made a huge play on 3rd and goal.
That's big, because if he doesn't make that stop, it's 21-10, and I just don't think Missouri's got it.
I think that was a spirit-breaking play if they get that in.
That was our pre-show huddle, Kurt and Doug and I said that was the secret play of the game.
Yeah.
Because if they's 21-10, it's over.
Yeah.
Here is Zion Young, Martin, your favorite. This is a hot mic at the coin flip before overtime.
Auburn, what side of the field do you want to go to? It's in the field, so you'll be on offense first. Wing around from this way, Auburn. Missouri over here.
What in the world was going on there? There was a chatter at the coin
what
toss.
was he saying, Jackson? Because I heard a lot of beeps, and I'm going to have to explain that to my kids tonight.
Let's effing go. It's time to go. Mm-hmm. I believe he said, on my mama, let's get it cracking.
Oh, gee.
Doug, that could be a T-shirt
Keep
for
it
you.
hooked, man.
That's what I heard. It's time to go.
That's great if you go ahead and win.
Yeah, I was going to
It's not so great
say.
if you lose.
But
I think he had a great deal of confidence based on what he had seen from the previous 60 minutes of game time that Auburn was going to have to sink about a 40-footer offensively. I think it speaks volumes that Auburn's guys were just kind of standing there at home with 90,000 people while this guy's screaming at them.
Let them talk.
And then they turned away and ran back to the sidelines because they knew that they were going to have, like I said, a long putt to try to make to move the football because they just can't move the football. They had their scripted drive to open up the game, and they moved down the field, similarly to Missouri moving down the field against Alabama the previous week. And then after that, they had all kinds of drops, and they have their own Bobby Boot situation with their kicker who contributed mightily to Missouri's escape from the Plains.
It did feel a little like 2022 with Mevis missing the kick. You had the Nate Pete, and I know Drink was asked about it postgame, and he said he kind of admitted that he was thinking that way, but then he said, that was a long time ago. There's only 3 of us left, and I don't know who the 3 are, but he says there's only 3 of us left from that game. But that was a horrific
Reichert
loss.
on the offensive line, maybe Tollison.
Lick's already sent me a text asking for a low interest rate loan so he can pay Libby Jack. That's from Beer Cats. Did you win your bet with Missouri
you need
winning?
a little more.
Right now, we're at a push. One more Missouri Tiger win gets me a win.
Wow, and that would be $50 in your Venmo.
Yeah, $50.
How do you do?
Drinks on me.
Nice.
Yeah.
Scotch, please.
Yeah.
Single malt.
I'll pay for 2.5 drinks in Nashville.
Well, you would hope they could
Take the under.
win the Arkansas game, if none other.
I wouldn't take any of the remaining games for granted. At the same time, they could win all of the games. It is the wide Delta season.
Arkansas
around these
can
parts.
score. Taylor Green's really good. They don't care about stopping anybody necessarily.
That's right.
But
87 points in that affair.
yeah, but boy, can they score. Lightning delay be damned.
I think Bobby Petrino could be a little like that Mike Martz game, like, well, we did score a ton. Like, really enjoy your
think that's the
offense. And like,
case.
but coach, you lost, but they really lit up the scoreboard.
Zion Young went to Cam Newton's high school, too. I call it poetic justice. F Auburn. Keep Hugh Freeze there for 10 years. That's Alan Dadeville and Doug. He loves the Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia.
Okay.
Tom Hart, who was on the call, is going to be with us coming up at 7:30. Friend of the program. Martin, I believe he is Beta Theta Pi. Doug, you say on Chi. So he's going to talk beta.
What does that mean, on Kai?
Jackson?
On Kai. That's a thing?
I don't know. It was just bandied about,
I
tossed
like
at
how
me. I don't
Tim
know what
said
it
it,
means.
and it was up to Doug to
Doug,
answer,
didn't you
and
have a
then over
son
to
in beta?
Jackson to answer.
I believe Doug had a beta.
Yeah.
I did, yeah.
Greg Vaughn, who
Well,
can,
it's true in
who
the
can
text.
really ball strike.
Say, what is in Kai or on Kai? I have a friend named Sweet Sweet Kai.
On Kai as in CHI?
I assume.
I thought it was
Sweet, sweet.
K-A-I.
Kai has moved here?
He's coming back, yeah.
Oh, wow.
On Kai.
Yeah,
Is
this
he
week,
dating a
honestly.
recovering alcoholic?
Is he dating? He's married, so that's, tough. But we don't judge. Or kink shame.
Thank you. Good for you.
Yeah.
Doug, I was at the game, and there were several observations I had. Number one, 88,000 people is very different than 60,000 people. Number two, Auburn fans, the dude in front of me in particular kept saying, how does Mizzou have 5 wins? It's no worse than it's wacko. Doug, it doesn't sound like they believe in these Tigers down there.
Well, they can look so different. At times, they can just really look like they got nothing going at all. And then other times, they look awfully good.
When is the last quarter that Missouri looked like it knew what it was doing offensively? I'll answer that for you. First quarter, Alabama. Thank you, and Godspeed.
Yeah.
You can say fourth quarter in the final 3 minutes against Alabama when Alabama went to the prevent defense. I'm going to put an asterisk next to that, just like I do the Ohio State win. All due respect, Tiger board me now. Tiger board me.
I think if you didn't have the pick to end the second quarter against Auburn, you might be able to say the second quarter was considerably better from an offensive standpoint, where they were just making a lot easier plays, like making it easier on Bo. Screen plays to their playmakers, soft comeback routes to Brett Norfleet or bigger guys. I liked that. But the pick at the end of the second half was a real killer, or first half, I should say. Great play by Auburn, but not the throw you should be making.
Mr. Licks has issued a statement. I will admit I do feel less confident in the bet now. I had them losing at Auburn, and based on how you look at it, they basically did. Doug, does it count as a loss?
They basically did.
Bo sucks. And Kirby Moore couldn't play call against a Pee Wee League team. They'll be lucky to win another game other than Arkansas, but I will advance you the money so you can afford a drink. That's from Mr. Lex. So that's a nice gesture. He's going to give you cash.
Cave, save the money. Save the money until the bet is final.
Wow, this is Ledoux talking to Ledoux, Doug. These are languages we can't understand.
No.
Why don't you just huddle at Sportsman's later?
Ooh, Larry Wilson burger, steak fries, please.
And my son, the beta, has answered the question, what does on Kai mean? He says, I honestly don't even know. I kind of glazed over all that BS.
That's my kind of frat guy.
Wow.
Get involved on the program. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. If Greg Vaughn wants to be, I think he could be the TMA listener of the month. He's at least going to get my vote. Go to TMASTL.com, Greg Vaughn. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Let's see what's doing in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Well, friends have gathered. The Hunter is in there, along with Jock Hoare, Nipper School Monitor, Don PP, Matt, John Scores, Big Blonde Dan. They're all in there, and they're talking it over, and it's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. And, of course, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which comes your way at approximately 10:45 on the Stiefel dossier. And right now, Shooter McGavin has a 2-goal lead on Buck Swope as we head into the end of October. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. My furnace tune-up is coming a week from this Thursday, and I am looking forward to making sure that I am ready to go with Seth Goldcamp and his staff at Design Air Heating and Cooling, where I have been a client for a good long while, and I know Martin has, and Doug has as well. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at DesignAirService.com. Get your furnace tuned up for the cold weather. Turn the furnace on for the first time this week.
Oh, did you really?
Make sure that you are ready to go for the cold weather months with Design Air Heating and Cooling. Get it taken care of now so you don't have to worry about it when it's super cold out. It's online at DesignAirService.com. The longest running sponsor on TMA is Design Air Heating and Cooling. Tom Hart, who was on the call of Missouri and Auburn and a friend of the program, and he's on Kai. We'll figure out if he knows what it means.
Well, I just read what it means. It means it's a word they throw around, meaning they're building their brotherhood and holding members to a high standard.
Nice. There you go, Martin.
But does that apply to any specific fraternity?
It's just one of their slogans, I guess, for that specific
For
fraternity.
that fraternity. Okay.
Yeah.
So it was like in Hoke, kind of like they have their own.
Phi Alpha on Kai. Jackson, what's your frat saying?
I don't know if I honestly don't know.
Phi Alpha is SAE.
Nice, Martin. Nice.
This is important. This will all be on the quiz.
Sigma Nu here.
Snake, what was your saying?
I don't remember.
I thought it was Big Eek.
Let's go to Lee Street. Big Eek.
See?
We said that a lot.
Juicy burger.
Juicy burger, if you please.
Magic sauce.
Magic sauce.
This show's in code.
And now
Are
my
you guys all
son's
being held
texting.
hostage? You're letting the world know?
My son is texting saying, now how the hell did this question come up?
Because Tom Hart's going to be on.
okay.
You got to listen to the show.
All right, Vaughn. Now I'm going to withdraw my vote.
All right.
All right, Tom Hart's coming up. He was on the call. He got Chris Kerber coming up as the Blues bounce back, as Joey Vitale promised, against one of the best teams in the NHL on Saturday night, winning 3-1. Jordan Kyrou, how do you do? And the Colonel, Gabriel DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Plus, a number of coaches are not happy, including, once again, 2 of Jackson's favorites. And that makes Jackson happy, along with staying at a truck stop just outside of Nashville so he can be at college game day Saturday morning at 8 o'clock Central. It's all coming your way. The program's called TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Oh, what's better than Mizzou win? A trip to Nashville? Sure, that's fun. But how about a trip to Skyline? I can't wait. My wife's been talking for years. We got to go to Skyline. Her family roots are there. We've looked at videos online, looked at all the beautiful landscapes. So we got to go, and we're doing it next summer. June 15th is the departure day. Plenty of time to plan it now. We're going to head over there and see the big, beautiful cities of Glasgow and Edinburgh, but also some of the smaller, cool places, the Orkney Islands, the lovely Loch Ness, the Isle of Skye. Checking out the landscapes of the Highlands. Looking forward to this, folks, just sitting around, having a little taste at the whiskey distillery, telling some stories, I'm sure. Maybe a little TMA behind the scenes. You never know. Colette will handle all the details, flights, meals, hotels, all your local experiences. You just get to sit back. This is really going to be the trip of a lifetime. Join us, join me, June 15th, departure date, Spectacular Scotland, all put together by the folks at Colette. Just make the call to Altair Travel. Find out more information. Altair Travel, 314-968-9600. 101ESPN.com also has more details. A trip to Spectacular Scotland. I can't wait for this. It's coming up next summer. 314-968-9600.
Tell me this doesn't put it in perspective.
And they're playing this in Gainesville? And in
I think they won and they fired Billy Napier, so I think they're happy there. This might be in Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
Jackson's sensing it.
It's dicey.
If it doesn't go well on Saturday night, you think the Southern debutante from South Boston, he's next? A lot of sounds. I wonder, maybe this gentleman has the call. Joining us right now on the morning after the show, presented by Brown and Crouppen on our Callier and Thompson phone lines. Friend of the program, on the call this past Saturday of Missouri and Auburn. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe he's a Beta Theta Pi. Tom Hart. Good morning, Tom.
Sure, an honor it is to spend my morning with you three.
Oh my goodness!
Darn.
Oh my goodness, Doug.
Didn't see that coming.
Are you on the call this Saturday in Baton Rouge?
No, I've got Tennessee at Kentucky Saturday night.
Doug, tenor. Jackson hates tenor as well.
I do.
Yeah, Jackson doesn't like anybody in the SEC. Tom Hart was on the call on a game that, as you guys were talking about, is it haunted at Jordan-Hare? And we got great entertainment at the end of that thing. What was your biggest takeaway from what we saw on Saturday night between a Missouri team that escaped and an Auburn team that once again found a way to lose a close game?
Yeah, they found a way to lose. A guy at the restaurant Friday night, an Auburn fan, said, "Hey, take it easy on my Auburn team." I said, "Well, they're big boys. I think they can handle it." And he said, "No, we're losers. Our coaches are losers. We lose games. We are losers." And I guess by definition, that's right. They've started 0-4 in the league for the fourth straight year under Hugh Freeze. But no, I think it depends on what your perspective is with Missouri football, right? If you are willing to take that leap and start thinking about them as a playoff team, those are the kind of games, even though it was ugly, you have to win, and then you have to stack another one this weekend at Vanderbilt. If you want to be hypercritical and say, gosh, if we are a playoff team and we play like that, we're not going to win a playoff game, I don't argue with that as either. I mean, it was a rock fight. It was offensively pretty ugly, but those are two really good, if not elite, defensive lines, both sides. And the front seven for Auburn I thought was really good. So they made Missouri look less dynamic than they have been offensively.
Well, I have to say, they may be frustrated down there, but there's a great turnout, great crowd for a program that's a little bit down. I mean, the atmosphere seemed to be unbelievable.
They've always been like that. I went there a couple of years ago after they had fired Brian Harsin, and they had an interim head coach, and they're playing a Texas A&M team that was going to beat them by 4 touchdowns, and they sold the place out on a really cold November night. Like it's really cool to see the support at these schools in the SEC, and I think it's for a guy who grew up on the Big 8 and the Big 12. Like we saw that from Nebraska and Oklahoma, but otherwise it was just a cool way to spend your Saturday. It's different down there, it's what they plan on doing 365 days a year. So they're not going to not show up just because they're not a fan of the coach.
Yeah, these teams don't seem to have a whole lot of patience nowadays for teams that don't win most of their games. We've seen coaches already fired this year. You think Freeze is okay to ride out the rest of the year, or is he in real trouble?
I think he's in trouble. You look at the schools, the power schools that had 3-game losing streaks, UCLA, Virginia Tech, Arkansas, and, of course, Penn State. 3-game losing streak, the guy's gone. Like, there is no patience anymore. And I'm not saying that's right or all of those situations were right, but what Indiana is doing and the way Vanderbilt has turned it around, there is no longer a 5-year runway just to try and get guys in. Like, no, you're spending the money, you've got the cash, you get guys in immediately, and you start to win games. Or, as the guy said last night, you're a bunch of losers. So I don't know how you can keep going in this direction if you're Auburn. And I think the patience is pretty. I know it's worn thin with the fan base. Obviously, the decision makers are a little bit tighter with the head coach, and we'll see what they do.
I think it's been heading in this direction, but maybe this year more than any is making it obvious. It used to be the NFL. Oh, any given Sunday. I think now in college football, any given Saturday. You look at some of the narrow escapes, even like Texas with Kentucky. I mean, I feel this is as close to college football parity as we've ever had.
Yeah, Louisville wins Friday night, knocking off Miami. Florida State goes to Stanford, late night game, loses. I agree with you, and I think there's a few different reasons. But number one is maybe Ohio State is elite. Like maybe they are the cream of the crop. I'm not quite sure yet because I don't know that they've played the type of opponent, so we can say that heartily. But there's no elite program. There's no Nick Saban, gathering all of the talent that's available and keeping all the toys to himself in the sandbox. Ohio State may be that way, but they're not the Ohio State the last few years. Georgia's not what Georgia has been. The talent is better dispersed, and as dispersed as it's ever been or will ever be. NFL's got a draft. You can't just grab all of the top prospects. But in college, you had been able to do that until they started spending the money and dispersing it legally.
Tom Hart is our guest here on TMA. He was on the call with Jordan Rogers and Cole Kublik on Saturday night of Missouri and Auburn. Missouri's next game is at Vanderbilt, and Vanderbilt is quite a story. And it started last year in Columbia, where they nearly knocked off the Tigers, and that came out of absolutely nowhere. And then the following week, it all got going with that win over Alabama. What is your thought? And, of course, your color commentator, Jordan Rogers, went there. Your guys' assessment of what you have seen from the Commodores and what you think that matchup is going to look like this Saturday in Nashville, Tom?
Well, it's a fascinating study in getting the right guy in the portal because, like, for example, Auburn has a former five-star quarterback, Jackson Arnold, who's getting paid north of $2.5 million, and he's been a flop. He was a flop last year at Oklahoma. He's not performing up to those standards this year, obviously. And Vanderbilt went and found, a 5'8" former wrestler who's got a chip on his shoulder, who thinks he's Johnny Manziel and sometimes plays like it. And they gave him a bucket of hot chicken, and he showed up in Nashville and just started winning football games. The other thing they did, and he is like, contrast to the guy at the restaurant, he's a winner. Like, the dude wins games. I don't know exactly how he does it, but he's comfortable in that offense because it's the same one he played in New Mexico State, and they operate at a very high efficiency offensively. But most importantly, Clark Lee, who's a Vanderbilt graduate and has 2 degrees from there and is very highfalutin on the education side and the academic side, he wanted to build young men and great leaders and great fathers. And then he said, wait a second, why am I doing this when other teams in the league are just coming in and grabbing my players in the portal and beating me with them? Screw that. Let's build football players. And now they've got real dudes, and they've got, especially in the secondary, like their secondary is legit, and it's hard to move the ball against them. And he decided, I'm paid to win football games. Let's go win some football games. And they really flipped it overnight. So they've got the leader at quarterback. They've got a good offense, and they've got athletes on defense. Missouri, I think, has won 5 in a row against them. Missouri has not been able to run the ball the last 2 games. Ahmad Hardy's been held under 60 for both of those games. And I think we saw how tough the sledding was when they can't run because Bo Prabula's arm, more picks the last 2 games than he had in the first 4 of the season. They're going to have to find a way to get the ball to the edge in the stretch zone to run the football. Otherwise, they're going to have to rely on Vanderbilt making mistakes. I didn't see the number. I'm sure Missouri's an underdog going in there.
3-point underdog, Tom.
Yeah. I mean, this is college football, and I love it, and I'm a Missouri grad. But to think that College Game Day was going to be in Nashville for Vanderbilt and Missouri, and the winner of this game is going to have the inside track to the playoff is shocking. And Missouri's odds jump to better than 51% if they come out of Nashville with the win on Saturday. That's just where we are in college football.
Were you exaggerating when you said Jackson Arnold makes $2.5 million?
That's from what I've told. I'm couching that on the low end.
Really? Yeah. Is there anyone in college makes more than that?
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, there are a few.
Didn't Carson Beck get $4 million?
Yeah, Carson Beck's up there. Arch obviously is. I think he's north of 3, but that puts Arnold likely in the top 10. And that if you're paying top 10 money for a quarterback and you've lost 4 straight games, probably not a wise investment. But who am I? I'm not going to spend somebody else's money.
No, I just can't imagine what kind of life you have as a college kid making $2.5 million a year. Life would be pretty sweet, wouldn't it?
Can you imagine how many DVDs I would have owned if I made $2.5 million back in '96?
Walk into Booch's. It's all on me. What's the best SEC team that you've seen? Because I feel like it's still up for grabs. I know A&M's undefeated, but people are now pointing towards Bama. Maybe that you've seen or that you think is the best in the conference.
I would say A&M or Bama. I had Bama right after they lost to Florida State, and I think the fan reaction was one thing, but the reality is they were better, and people knew that they were better than what they did against Florida State. And I guess the argument would be you go out and you lose the opener. There's no exhibition season in college football, so sometimes that's expected. A&M is really, really good. I think I didn't go back and look at the game against Arkansas. I know they allowed 42 points. Their quarterback, Marcel Reed, has been more of a runner than a thrower, but he's capable of doing it. And I think that's just kind of the one missing piece with them is getting him to be more efficient through the air. And once again, I haven't seen the box score. Maybe he threw for 450 on Saturday. But those two are the easiest answer is those two are sitting right there. But remember, you don't have to finish even in the top two in this league to make the playoff. It makes your path easier, but Ole Miss is legit. Georgia is elite. Like, there's a lot of talent in the top half of this league, and I think there's probably at least those four, and there may be a fifth, that could be capable of winning a national championship. You just got to get into the party.
I find that that part of the conversation, Tom, to be quite intriguing, because when you start doing the math, I think one of the things, and I don't know if you guys had discussed this amongst yourselves and in production meetings as well, I think the logic for a while, and now there might be some pause as we are at the halfway point or a little past the halfway point of the season, is that if you are a two-loss team from the SEC, you're going to get in. But when you look at the schedules and you look at the current standings and then you look at the losses that everybody has outside of Texas A&M, I'm not sure that 10-2 gets you into the college football playoff, and we're going to have quite a conversation when that time rolls around if we're going to operate on the premise that Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana, at the very least, are getting in from the Big Ten, and then you have your other representation. It may be difficult for the SEC to get more than four in, and if that's the case, then I would imagine you're going to have a two-loss team on the outside looking in, just based on how many of these teams are playing each other over the next 5 weeks.
Well, I think last year was a really interesting study. And by the way, a big roadblock is the fact that there's an even number of conference games in the SEC right now, because that makes the tiebreakers really hard. And it makes the league pushing for one team over another, say last year Ole Miss over Alabama or vice versa. Well, they've got the same record. They have the same similar blemishes. But if the other's a game ahead, then you have a lot more momentum. And when we get to a 9-game schedule, you'll have fewer ties and better opportunities for that. But remember also, and I don't disagree with you, that there presents a logjam in that scenario. The Iowa States and the Miamis who crapped the bed late last year, who had their own inside tracks, also opened the door, probably made it a lot easier for Indiana looking back on it. But the bottom line is you can try to predict where your bump in the road's going to be when it comes to the great teams and the great programs and who they have to face head-to-head. But then Miami's going to come out with the best quarterback in the game and flitter it away in the second half somewhere, or a rivalry game late. So I love the projections. I love trying to figure out who's going to be where, and you start counting wins. But these guys are really imperfect, right? And so there's going to be a good team that drops one that they shouldn't late in the year.
Well, what are your thoughts on Bo Pribula and how he's progressed over the years? Does he look like a better quarterback now than he did at the beginning of the year?
No, but I think that's probably a byproduct of facing Alabama and Auburn in back-to-back weeks and what they've done to shut down the run game with Ahmad Hardy. And they both had great plans, and they're both the front seven for Auburn was amazing. Alabama's defensive line is really good, and they got both of them followed the same blueprint. They got penetration against the stretch play. They stopped Hardy, and then I thought that I'm not a rip the play calling kind of guy, but you can see when that happens and how the play calling changes. And then Missouri tried to do some stuff that they don't do that often, and more inside runs, and then you're running away from your strength and into the other team's strength. And I thought that's why the run game couldn't get going. And then second half, especially the fourth quarter, they just started blitzing nonstop. Yeah. Auburn did. And he hit a couple of those slants, and they found some blitz beaters, and that was fine. But I don't think you can, if you want to be a playoff team, and if you want to, A&M comes to town early November, or just winning at Vanderbilt, like they're going to do the same thing. He hasn't shown to me that you can put the game in his hands and he can go win it yet, despite the fact that he ran for the winning touchdown in the second overtime. But through the air, I think he needs some help. The wide receivers were awesome. But the offensive line did not give him any help.
Tom Hart on the call of Missouri and Auburn this past Saturday night, giving us his time this morning here on the Morning After, 101 ESPN, and on the TMASTL YouTube channel. With the termination of Billy Napier, with the rumblings surrounding other programs, including where you were this past Saturday night, of course, other opportunities in other conferences. Eli Drinkwitz's name is being bantied about amongst fan bases. What are you hearing regarding these job openings and Eli Drinkwitz and the potential for him staying in Columbia?
Nothing specific. I haven't really dug around about it. I know, the folks on the outside that are putting together lists are saying he'd be a great fit at Florida. I think what Eli has accomplished from a recruiting perspective has been what the secret sauce to this program's success. I mean, we can look specifically to St. Louis. I think it was 2018. I don't think they got a single four-star recruit from St. Louis. And then he opened the floodgates by getting business leaders to start to open their checkbooks. And he has done a tremendous job of mining the people that are interested in Missouri football, that have the money to spare, mining those people to get them to hand over their money. I mean, that's what it is. And to do that, especially in St. Louis foremost, Kansas City secondly, to get the elite recruits. Florida has money. They have history. They have Heisman Trophy winners. They have national championships under both Spurrier and Meyer. They've got a beautiful stadium, and generally speaking, they outdraw Missouri every weekend, and that leads to a lot more money. But Billy Napier and the guys who came before him, going back to Urban Meyer, or ending with Urban probably, they haven't been able to crack that code. They haven't been able to get those people who you need to support and lift your program and really guide it financially. They haven't been able to find that money. It's down there somewhere. They just haven't been able to dig it out of the ground. Eli's done that at Missouri. Would he be able to do that at Florida or Penn State? Yeah, absolutely. And they'd be right to look at him, especially if Missouri continues to win. But I think in this day and age, Curt Cignetti, great example, staying in Bloomington, you look at what you have and how you built it, and there may be history tells us there's a ceiling in Columbia, Missouri, right? Let's be realistic about that. But you don't know what exists in that next market, and you don't know if you can pull together that kind of support that he's worked hard to put together in Columbia and throughout the state.
I'm going to put out, Tim, my rankings of announcers. I'm going to have Tom Hart on my list of underrated. Tom does a great job, football and basketball, but he's a Columbia native and a Mizzou guy. I'm curious, do you get the Joe Buck phenomenon where people say, oh, you're hard on Missouri. How can you do that? You're one of us. You're a true son. Or the opposite. Oh, this guy, all he loves is Mizzou. Do you get that when it's a Mizzou call?
But it's funny. Somebody blew me up and said we were so biased towards Auburn on Saturday night. And I said, well, they weren't specific. You guys were so incredibly biased. I said, yeah, I'm sorry. Can you just tell me which way? Because we had a Missouri grad in the booth and we had an Auburn grad on the sideline. Just pick which one. Where were we biased? And that usually
That wraps it up.
Dissipates pretty quick.
You guys have, I mean, across the board, not just you, but I mean, don't you feel like you have a hell of a tandem with you and Jordan and Cole? There's some, Doug, you know what they are? Ball knowers.
Oh, are they really?
They're ball knowers. They're ball knowers.
Feels like it, yeah.
Yeah, it makes it easy because we can just screw around and talk ball, and then hopefully we stay focused on the game. But if we get a blowout, who knows? Who knows where we're going to go?
Did we decide to? Is he on Chi? Did we clear that up?
Are you Beta Theta Pi?
Yes, indeed.
Yes,
Yep. Okay.
on Chi.
20 South College. Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Now,
Doug, you were worried about that.
I wasn't worried.
Okay. Well, we got to the bottom of it.
You know, in my day, the top people went to Sigma Nu. I'm sure you did the best you could, Tom.
I would have corrected you if you were wrong. I mean, if you would have said I was a Sigma Chi, I would immediately have said, who could have possibly put a Sigma Chi at Mizzou?
oh my goodness. I can't believe what I'm hearing. What a stunning moment. What a disappointing turn for what had been a really pleasant Monday morning conversation.
Yeah.
I'm appalled. But in fairness, I didn't graduate, so technically, I don't count.
And in fairness, I was Sigma Chi, but not at Mizzou. But like Tim's alma mater, we're usually off campus as well.
Oh, yeah. Thrown off.
You never know who's in that house, Tom. Tom Hart, he'll be on the call of Kentucky and Tennessee this coming Saturday. I have a feeling you're going to have a lot of good entertainment coming up as this thing goes bat crap over the next 5 weeks in the SEC. It is wonderful entertainment and truly a great broadcast team with Tom Hart, Jordan Rogers, and Cole Kublik. Enjoy it every time he's on the call. Tom, we appreciate the time, man. Thanks for getting up early and joining us on the program.
And if bat crap isn't trademarked, I might start using that one.
Yes, I want to hear that on Saturday. Thanks, brother.
Appreciate it, fellas. Thanks.
Thank you. It's Tom Hart with us here on TMA, giving us his perspective on the festivities on the Plains and throughout the Southeastern Conference. Plenty more where that came from throughout the course of the broadcast. The Colonel coming up at 9 o'clock from PowerMizzou.com. Jackson, you have audio fun from the postgame show.
I sure do.
Big postgame show for the Colonel. I think he broke a record for number of viewers, even though it was like an 11 o'clock start.
He told everybody at the beginning, he said, just crack open a Yingling. He said, the game was drunk. Just grab some cold ones. He goes, well, we may go all night.
Yeah. And he did. God bless him. Chris Kerber is going to join us coming up at 8:15. Nonsense throughout the program's called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Brown and Crouppen is online at brownandcrouppen.com. Doug, I'm going to give you 3 seconds to see if you can guess what their phone number is.
314-222-2222.
Unbelievable. That's
How about
unbelievable.
that?
Yep. 314-222-2222. Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman, regulars here on this program on Tuesdays, and they can be in studio because they are local. And if you are in need of a personal injury attorney, wouldn't you want somebody who is local, who knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Brown and Crouppen, part of our community and have been since their founding here in St. Louis since 1979. After an accident, money can be tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. The program's called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Aesthetic Design and Build, longtime sponsor here on The Morning After, and the place I recommend if you are looking to customize your outdoor living space. It's Aesthetic Design and Build, where Dan and his team have a showroom right there in Chesterfield Valley where you can walk through it and see for yourself, see exactly what I saw, all of the different types of custom work that Aesthetic Design and Build is capable of doing, whether it be full-on custom decks, if you want to add on a pergola, or if you are looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens, they really do have answers for it all. You can go to aestheticdesignandbuild.com, aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or call them at 636-532-5008. If you are ready to take your outdoor space to the next level, Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com or check out their showroom in Chesterfield Valley and let them know I sent you their way.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues defeat the Dallas Stars on Saturday, 3-1 the final score. Blues off today, back in action tomorrow evening against the LA Kings. You can catch that game right here on your home, the Blues 101 ESPN, pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is beautiful.
Is this Larry Nichols? What was that?
I send Jackson, what do you think? 20 plus
On the weekend, yeah.
minimum.
On the weekend.
Be honest with me. We're going to get the lie detector. in
Okay.
here. Does it drive you up the wall?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Right there,
That's
Doug.
a yes.
Right there, Doug.
That was a
Right
yes.
there, Doug.
Weekends are
Right
fine.
there, Doug.
Weekends are fine because I have Sunday where I always come in. I always come in on Sunday and do stuff to make my Monday morning a lot easier. A Wednesday heavy audio, it's like a lot of TikTok time. And that's fine. That's fine.
Oh, there it
fine.
is.
Tanner's going to be here tomorrow. So you're going to BK and Ferrario?
Producer swap.
No, it really doesn't bother me at all. Makes my job easier.
It's over. The shit is already
In reality, it makes my job easier.
Yeah.
I mean, if people are helping you aggregate, that it does make it easier.
Yeah. I'm not.
Except
I'm not
for
over
on
here
Wednesdays
complaining.
when it's like, oh, that's a lot of TikTok time, Tim. Little Timmy TikTok's at it
Little Timmy
again.
TikTok. That's
Is
what they
that
call
what you're
him.
saying?
Little Timmy TikTok.
There's a thought bubble in Brentwood.
Here's Little Timmy TikTok again.
Timmy TikTok is at it.
That's fine.
What was that audio
What do you mean? What was that?
that you just played?
Martin, that of course. Doug, is that the alma mater?
That's what it sounded like.
Yeah.
But who? Who? What? I need more.
This is gentleman singing the alma mater.
Where'd it come from?
TikTok.
Little Timmy TikTok.
Little Timmy TikTok.
Yeah.
All right, Tom.
Tim Talk.
Is that the
Tim Talk.
Mizzou alma mater or just a generic
That's
alma
Missouri's.
mater?
That's Missouri's.
God, you really are a
It
baker.
was a
You don't even
gentleman.
recognize it.
It was,
True, son.
it was a gentleman in the 2023 Cotton Bowl shirt too, which made it
Martin,
perfect.
you would have enjoyed it. I should have
Chef's
sent it
kiss.
to you.
Was he at the Auburn game? Was he taking
No.
it in? Okay.
This is at the Alabama game.
I just saw a
stuck
video
around.
that Mizzou Athletics put out. Drink was standing on like a big
Yes.
podium yelling at the fans after the game. He gets into it, man.
Oh, yeah.
And I got an honest question. If you were him, he'll probably be getting another raise coming up here because that's the landscape in
They
college
beat
football.
Vanderbilt. An extension would be announced in the next 12 days, I would say, because they'll have the bye week and then get ready to take on A&M.
But if you were him, would you go to Florida, knowing you're probably going to get fired in 2 to 3 years? I wouldn't.
I think this is a wonderful conversation. I saw a friend of the program, John Talty, tweet this out last night. The era in which college coaches do the climbing thing may be over. Now, and the reason being, Martin, exactly what you just said. Because you know the moment you show up in Gainesville, you are on the clock to bring them to the past glory that really only two of their coaches in their history have gotten them to. It's just that they got them to the ridiculous high levels that Spurrier and Urban Meyer were able to do. But since then, you don't really have a whole lot of time in that place. But the thing is, I'm telling you, and I think I want A&M to be undefeated and ideally ranked like, I think probably the best case scenario. I just don't see Ohio State or Indiana losing by the time A&M gets to Columbia. So number 3 in the country. I think that's good for Missouri, but I'll listen to both cases that you want A&M to pick up a loss because Texas A&M, for the record, schedule-wise, while they're undefeated right now, they still have to go to LSU this Saturday, to Columbia in 2 weeks, or 3 weeks, to Texas to wrap up the season. So they have 3 out there that are certainly still testers. But with that said, I feel like Missouri needs to get themselves a couple of signature wins because right now they don't have them. And I think even hardcore Missouri fans would acknowledge that unless you're going to try to spin Auburn and their 4 losses into a signature win. I realize it wasn't easy. But with that all said, Brian Kelly could be out of a job this time next week. I mean, that's where we are here. And LSU is 5-2, and their losses are at Ole Miss and at Vanderbilt. It's not like they've got the South Florida thing that Billy Napier has. So the reason I bring that up to answer your question is you go to those kinds of places, you don't have room for error. In Columbia, and for Lane Kiffin, who also is being talked about the Florida job, or take your pick of whatever other job is going to be opening up, and he was in the mix for the Auburn job a few years ago. I think Tallahassee's going to be opening up, and obviously you have Penn State. You may have LSU here soon. All of these places have unrealistic expectations of championships, and I would think if you're Kurt Cignetti, if you're Eli Drinkwitz, if you're Lane Kiffin, you have a better life staying in Bloomington, Columbia, and Oxford. But if you are programmed that you want to be the guy at one of the perceived elite college football places, then that is the distinguishing point on that question. But from my standpoint, I think Cignetti, and if Kiffin and Drinkwitz make the moves to stay in Columbia and Oxford, and Cignetti, what he did in Bloomington, that's certainly the route that I personally at this point would go to.
But when every one of them gets fired, you read the story, one of the first things they point out is record against ranked opponents. Drinkwitz is 7-15, if I got the math correct, versus ranked opponents.
Yeah, Jeff Brome is the guy that I would be. He's the one who's coaching for the record. I doubt many people even know his name, but the coach at Louisville.
Was that Purdue?
He's a killer.
He's good, yeah.
He's a killer.
He's been good. But it is interesting how everybody wants somebody else's coach, and as soon as they lose to ranked teams, well, that's one of the reasons they point to it. Well, Drinkwitz's record overall, ranked opponents, 7-15. I get it. You could probably walk away with a giant bag of money, but you're already going to have that. I mean, he's not getting fired the next 2 to 3 years at Mizzou. There's another 30 to 40 million that's coming your way already. Money, I just don't think money can be much of a factor when you have that much coming your way already.
They're kind of in a can't-lose situation because they're going to get filthy rich one way or the other.
Yeah.
James Franklin found that out at Penn State. Can't win the big one, but you win enough to keep the job for long enough so that when they do fire you after a 3-game losing streak, you walk away with $49 million. So no matter what they do with it, it's a win-win.
And Florida might want to hire James Franklin. Yeah. It's like, wait a minute, the guy who just got fired at Penn State.
Yeah, I could see that.
I just don't think there's enough good coaches to go around. Maybe.
That's another point. And then there aren't enough championships to go around. I'm in awe of this. Been talking about it here for the last few weeks. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be real dumb. It's going to be real dumb, but it's going to be incredibly entertaining. Like I said, Brian Kelly loses Saturday night to Texas A&M, which I don't expect, for the record. But if it were to happen, I think he loses his job. He's already unpopular there, and then they would be sitting at 5-3. And I guess their signature win, I'm not sure what it would be. I mean, your 3 to choose from are Clemson, Florida, and South Carolina.
Not great.
Right. Looked good if you were looking at it before the season.
Right.
But as the season's played out, the 2 teams that I loved going into the season, Doug, Clemson and South Carolina, are what you would call, I think, butt asses? I think that's what you would call them.
You just wonder if the schools and their boosters ever run out of just throwing money at fired coaches.
Well, that's what.
How often can you go back and say, "Hey, we're going to need another $20 million from you because we want to fire the coach"?
And that gets back to what are the expectations? Because if it's to win the championship every single season, you are going to be dead broke in 10 years, or certainly going to be exhausting the donor base.
Right.
Because that expectation is an expectation of making the CFP is a much more obtainable goal every single year, and then seeing what happens from there. But these schools, with their ideas of have to fire these guys because they're not in championship pedigree right now. It's like, well, it's hard to be that, you know. There hasn't been that many champions different champions over the last 20 years. Not that many.
Shane Beamer actually shot down reports that he would go to Virginia Tech.
Oh, Jackson's got Shane Beamer audio for you.
We might as well just play it right
And they're having calm down.
This guy sucks so much.
Clip that off.
They're having a terrible year, and he has to shoot down reports that he might be leaving.
Oh, my God. We're going to play the Shane
Of course.
Beamer.
Doug, here's Shane Beamer.
sure.
Jackson really doesn't like him.
Following the loss to Boomer Sooner.
feel like a change is needed, whether it's...
I made a change last week, Jack.
No,
and then
but I'm talking about the play calling.
Every week we're continuing to look at how to be better, and every week I do that. And every week I will continue to do that and continue to evaluate that.
What gives you hope that the play
Next question.
Okay.
Oh, gosh.
What gives me hope? I see the way we practice during the week. What gives me hope? I see the number of guys that we had out today that I wasn't even sure was going to be able to play, that fought their asses off to get back out there and get healthy and be able to play today. What gives me hope? I know the talent we have on our offense. And what I just told our team, we're not playing up to our potential right now. I am not getting the most out of this team right now, offensively, defensively, and special teams.
Let the damn kid finish the question. He wasn't asking about your hope in the team. He was asking about the hope in the play calling. He was asking about the play calling. You wouldn't let him answer, Shane.
Man, you are really a banty little rooster.
God. Makes everything such a big deal. And then he just fills it with cheap pops.
And then he's got
Worked their asses off to get out there. He scored 7 points.
And then he's got an offensive coordinator who hands out fake poop
Yeah. That
to go along with all of this.
Mike Shula.
If anybody should be handed
apple and
that,
tree.
maybe it's the head coach with the team not performing well.
Boy, they are not happy in Columbia, South Carolina. Doug, a dumpster fire. I mean, for real. Beamer, Brian Kelly, Hugh Freeze, Brent Venables, all live to not be the head coaches at their particular institutions when December 1st rolls around.
South Carolina's lost their last 2, and they got 3 more beatings to come with Alabama, Ole Miss, and Texas A&M.
That's right.
It's going to get worse before it gets better.
It is.
And Oklahoma, who is tied with Missouri for 5th in the SEC and sitting right now at 6-1, 2-1 in the SEC, has Ole Miss this weekend at Tennessee, at Alabama, versus Missouri, and versus LSU. Hello again, everybody.
Yeah. Well, if you're going to stack these conferences, specifically the SEC and the Big Ten, with the very best football schools in the country, you need to have a little bit of leeway as a coach that you're not going to go
And I agree
10-2 every year.
Absolutely.
You're not.
But what we're finding is fan bases and boosters have not adjusted to the new norm, and that is take your pick of whatever school that you would want to use as the face of the new norm. I suppose Indiana would be Exhibit A. Ole Miss, Missouri, Texas Tech, Louisville. Who am I missing? That you
Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt is God. Yeah, Vanderbilt's probably right there with Indiana, and that you think that it's a God-given right to be 10-2 and in the college football playoff and beat these teams. That's not the way that it is. And I think LSU fans are in particular angry because they're like, you lost to Vanderbilt. I mean, if you've been watching college football this year, Vanderbilt is one of the best teams in the country. But the thing is, there are a bunch of teams that are in that category now because I don't know if there is a superpower like LSU used to be, for example, in 2019, or Georgia was in 21 and 22, and I think in 2023. They just lost to Alabama in the SEC championship game, but that was a great team as well. And so not everyone can win, especially when they're playing each other. And so it leads to about half the coaches in the conference being up for losing their job. It's a hell of a time. The Colonel's going to be with us at 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton. Chris Kerber is joining us next as the Blues have their bounce-back win against the Dallas Stars on Saturday night. Jordan Kyrou, how do you do? We'll talk it over with Chris Kerber next here on TMA.
When you head to the Village Bar, you're probably thinking about a cheeseburger, waffle fries, sports on the TV. A lot of folks watch the Chiefs, the Mizzou games, Cardinals, Blues. Great place to just hang out. It has been a neighborhood hangout forever, and all those things are true still, but you also have the added 1879 Distilling. The barn and back, that's where they're making all these award-winning spirits, handcrafted small batch spirits. We're talking about 7 different vodkas. There's the 6 flavored. There's the premium Red Barn vodka, 1879 bourbon, 1879 rye. Again, winning awards around the region. People are starting to figure it out. When you order a Manhattan, just say, hey, I wouldn't mind having an 1879 rye in there. You can ask for it at your local grocery store. Starting to pop up at different places around town. Quality, taste, and tradition. For those who know the spirit history here in this town, early 1800s, the German distilling was happening in St. Louis. The tradition is back, the great taste as well, a St. Louis-based company, and there really is a difference that you can taste. How about that? Check it out for yourself. When you're at the Village Bar next time you're there, say, what do we have back there? What do we have with the 1879? Great website as well, 1879distilling.com. Find out more about the quality, the taste, the tradition. 1879 Distilling, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, you know what? You get up this morning and it's like 43 degrees. You're like, okay, it's colder than I thought it was. So you have that furnace running to warm up the house. But then by about noon or 1 o'clock, it's going to be like 68, 69 degrees. You're like, no, I'd rather open up the window so you turn it off. Well, furnaces are starting to get turned on. It's that time of the year where you turn them on, you turn them off, and annual maintenance is the best way to avoid breakdowns. Call Classic Air Care to schedule a tune-up. Annual maintenance will also extend the life of that HVAC system of yours. Now, the number one thing you can do to keep your HVAC system in top shape, change your filter. A clean filter means the entire system doesn't have to work as hard to cool your house or to warm up your house as well. So you can buy them online at classicaircare.com. And beyond that, How about Classic Air Care's preventative maintenance plans? It's the best way to avoid breakdowns, extend your system's lifespan. It keeps your energy bills in check. So call Classic Air Care for a super tune-up today. It's that simple. Or you can also book an appointment online, like I do at classicaircare.com. They've got over 100 trucks on the road, and they can typically get to you within 24 hours. Classic Air Care. They take care of my home. They'll take care of your home, and you can get an appointment booked up today. Log online at classicaircare.com.
Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is active, Doug. Jackson, you'll be happy to hear that Ghost of Quantrill, is that William Quantrill? Says add Fat Boy at Tennessee to the list of other people getting fired at the end of the season.
Heupel?
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to get rid of him.
All right.
I think they see there's way too many fish in the water there. Not enough lines to cast.
The Blues got themselves a Jim Dandy, and I knew they were going to win because I am a loyal listener of the Curbside podcast. And following the disappointing home performance against the Blackhawks, Joey Vitale assured us that they were going to have a bounce-back game, Doug, and guess what they had on Saturday night?
Bounce-back game.
You better believe it. Joining us right now on the Collier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel, the voice of the Blues, Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
Wonderful. And you boys were talking about it following the loss of the Blackhawks, that Saturday night the Blues would respond, and they certainly did against one of the best teams in the NHL. When you look at what we saw on Saturday night, what stood out to you that led to the bounce back?
I talked to Braden Shen at the morning skate, and I said, Braden, what is one clean, clear message that your team has to get through with this game? And he said, we have to be better away from the puck. He said, statistically, everything is showing that we're good with the puck when we get it. He goes, but our habits away from the puck aren't good. And he said, we just have to compete harder away from the puck. And when Braden Shen says that, it makes it pretty simple. And I thought we saw over that kind of game. And it was the kind of game where, like, the first period, you know, you didn't see a lot. I think each team had 6 shots on goal, right? But the Dallas Stars were coming off of a game, too, where they had a 2-0 lead, and they gave up 4 goals in a row to Vancouver and ended up losing that game. So you knew both teams were going to be paying attention to some of those defensive details. So the first period didn't surprise us. And then when the Blues scored first and the second, that opened things up a little bit. They got that second goal, and then the good news is the Blues stayed to that game plan throughout the game, and Jordan Binnington was just fantastic again, too. So, you know, that's the kind of game, and I think for a little while the Blues they've got to play that way. They've got to kind of build those details into their game to where it becomes second nature, and then the confidence goes from there. But that's a good start for it, without a doubt.
What do they mean exactly when he says work harder away from the puck? Does that mean work harder to get open on the offensive end, or what exactly?
No, kind of actually just the opposite, Doug, more on the defensive end. So you'll see, like, I guess like in any sport, you know, somebody, you get the puck. Well, what are you going to do with it? Okay, well, Jimmy Snuggerud had a couple of great shifts, for example. The puck gets rimmed around in the offensive zone, right? And he hauls butt and gets kind of, I'd say, about halfway between the hash marks and the blue line, up on the wall on the opposite side of the ice, right? And he gets there because he's got another forward chasing the defenseman. Well, when the defenseman tries to move the puck, he runs out of room because Snuggerud's up high. It's skating hard to get to those points to force plays in a certain way, right? It's it's hustling back like a Nathan Walker does and just making sure that you're in the middle of the ice, defending a play and preventing an extra man rush. So things along those kind of lines, it's how you're moving and how you're playing and playing just as hard without the puck as you are with it.
I think we touched on this last week even about the goaltending playing time. Is it going to be a straight back, forth, or will Benner ever get a couple in a row? And do you think they went to him this preseason and kind of said, here's how we see it?
No, listen, we flat out asked that question to the coaches, and they said, no, it's not going to be 50-50. But they are going to see, but Joe Hofer is going to get more games. And they want him to get more games. They've got enough of a book on Jordan Binnington. And they're, David Alexander, who's the goaltending coach, but he's also the team's director of goaltending kind of for the whole organization. And honestly, one of the true, really good. And I'm telling you, if he's not top three, I think he is top three in terms of goalie coaches in the league. And his assessment of what they need to do, they know that they'd like to play the goalies a certain way in the early part of the season, one, to get them both going, right? But two, that they know that this season's going to be a cruncher and they're going to need, both these guys going because of the amount of games played in a shorter window because of that Olympic break. But even last year, they wanted to play Jordan Binnington a little less at the beginning, get both goalies going, but the start didn't allow them to do that. So, yeah, no, I think, and I don't know, I haven't looked to see who's starting tomorrow. Haven't had that conversation yet, but no, I fully expect it to not be 50-50, but Jordan Binnington will. But Hofer is going to get more playing time this year than he did last year, and that's the way the Blues want it because they want the goalies fresher. And shoot, even Kevin Chevandayoff with the Winnipeg Jets, he was asked about Connor Hellebuck, and he said, I need my goalie to be fresher for a long playoff run, which means you'd expect Hellebuck to, see some relief. They just don't have as good of a backup as the St. Louis Blues have. So I think it's not just here in St. Louis, but I think around the National Hockey League, you're going to see a little more balance for the most part.
On Saturday, Mayu was a healthy scratch. Matthew Kessel came in, played that defensive spot. What'd you see from Kessel?
Kessel was, as a matter of fact, by the end of that game on Saturday, we hadn't really said a whole lot about Kessel or Tucker. And what that basically means is typically if you're doing that with the defenseman, that are kind of stay-at-home defensemen, you're doing your job. So I thought those guys played really well. I thought the team played really well. You see some of Kessel's confidence. He jumped up in the play, had a couple of really good chances on net at the same time. And, for a guy who sat for the first 2 weeks of the season, and seeing his first real NHL action of the year, because, again, in the preseason, you see so little of an actual NHL team when you're playing preseason games, right? I thought he looked just fine. And, Matt's one of those kind of guys where he knew he was coming in competing for that, 5, 6/7 spot. You knew there's a good chance he's going to be in that 7th spot. You've got to have a good mindset and work your butt off in practice and be ready to go. And I thought he played a really good game and was ready to go. He did exactly what he was supposed to do.
See, the Fowler and Parayko are starting to get McKinnis and Pronger type of ice time. Can they hold up an entire season playing 26, 27 minutes?
Yeah, some of that's going to happen just depending on how the special teams part goes. I just think with it's going to be an interesting storyline to follow, Doug, because the top 4 defensemen for the Blues their minutes have been up a little bit, and a lot of that is just because of some of the inexperience. There's not a Ryan Suter of 1,500 games in that last pairing, working with Tucker there. And so, I think you've got to balance how do we get the younger guys experience with also how do we make sure we earn points and win. I mean, this division's really tough already. 1 through 7 has at least 6 points, right? You're chasing Colorado, who doesn't have a regulation loss yet. So to me, is it sustainable? Yeah, I think both those guys could play it. Is it ideal for the team? No, I think they'd like to see more balance there. That's just kind of the way the early season has gone. Listen, Parayko's come in and just be in just fantastic shape. He doesn't look like it's an issue whatsoever. He's defending extraordinarily well. Like he's this guy's ready to go, and so I expect minutes to be up for a little while until they settle down and kind of figure out somehow this defensive stuff is going to go. But I know team-wise they would like to see those numbers, if you can balance them out closer to 21 to 22 rather than 24 to 25, they would like to do it.
Chris Kerber with us here on TMA. He's with us every Monday at 8:15 on the program. You just made reference to the Central Division. The team that is in last place is the team that came in here on the opener and beat the Blues, and that's the Minnesota Wild. But across the board, it is really impressive. Again, you're talking about a super small sample size. Kings tomorrow, and then a team that I don't think was really getting mentioned that much anyway relative to the standards in the Central. The Utah Mammoth is off to an impressive start. A lot of speed there, and we'll get a chance to see them on Thursday night. So the depth in the Central is something to behold. At least we knew there were going to be some out there, but there might be some others lurking that could be problematic.
It's the toughest division in the sport. It really is right now. I did an interview with Doug Armstrong, and he thought so as well. He thought, it's by far the hardest division of the four in terms of the level of competition, across the board in the National Hockey League. The LA Kings are off to a disappointing start from a standpoint. They've only got the one win in their first 6 games. So they're going to come in, a little bit fired up. But the Utah Mammoth, who we see on Thursday night, they're undefeated at home, which is a good thing for them in their second year there at the Delta Center. But this was a team that, they were in Arizona. The ownership issues, the rink issues made it really tough. They now have an owner, a billionaire owner that is willing to do whatever it takes and put the money where it needs to be. And after years and years of drafting and getting big guys, they showed last year. They competed really well. They were knocking on the doorstep of a playoff spot till the very end. And if they take some strides, that's why this Central Division is going to be tougher. If Nashville is better than last year, if Dallas and Colorado and Winnipeg kind of stay the same, the Blues are better. You expect Minnesota to be better. And again, yes, they are in last place, but they're only just 1 point behind, the Blues, the Stars, the Predators, things like that. It's a jump by Utah. It's a jump by Chicago. Chicago's off to a really good start too. It's those kind of jumps that make this division really tough. So yeah, two big home games left on this homestand and hard opponents too. And the Blues got things right. They righted the ship with that first home win, but they're going to have to build on that. 7 home games in the month of October. Before the end of November, I think they're going to have a 1/3 of their home schedule is going to be done. They're going to have to take care of business on home ice and against divisional opponents too, because that when Utah comes in, that's going to be the 4th divisional game already this year. They start the season, Tim, with 7 straight Western Conference games. Those head-to-head points matter. So, yeah, it's a nasty division, but it is a fun one to be in because teams are good.
It really is something when you look at it from top to bottom. And then the road test starting this weekend will be against a team that is off to a heater. Their former division mates, the Detroit Red Wings. So the Blues will be put to the test here this week to try to capitalize on the Kings' slow start. Then the Mammoth come to town, and then out of town they go to take on the Red Wings, who are off to a fast start in Detroit. Chris Kerber with us here on TMA, giving us his perspective on the Blues as they get ready to finish off the homestand with the Kings tomorrow night. And you can catch all the action here on 101 ESPN with pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. Kerbs, always appreciate the time, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, fellas. Have an awesome week. Talk to you next week.
All right, you too. That's Chris Kerber with us here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, joined by Tom Hart of ESPN and the SEC Network in the 7 o'clock hour. Chris Kerber here. And we'll be joined by the Colonel, Gabriel DeArmond of Power Mizzou, coming up here at 9 o'clock. The program's TMA on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. And you can go online and right now get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. That's right, free samples from Proximity Mills. Michael's passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. They have all kinds of flooring options for you at Michael's Flooring. So many varieties and 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area. They are in Creve Coeur. They are in Garden Prairie, and they are in St. Peters. They are online at igotfloored.com. Just come in or talk to them. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. It's Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com with locations in Creve Coeur, Garden Prairie, and St. Peters. Go online at igotfloored.com. Doug, is this on your Mount Rushmore of SEC stadium traditions?
Oh, absolutely.
Is it really?
What is it? What's the tradition?
Oh, you don't know your Gators, bro?
No.
In between the third and fourth quarter in Gainesville, they play this at the Swamp.
Okay. Haven't been in the swamp in 30, 35 years or so. No.
Would you drive up from Miami?
No, we flew.
God bless halcyon days.
Yeah. Local TV actually had some money. We didn't drive anywhere. We didn't even drive to some of the stores. We had a helicopter right there in the parking lot that would take us to some of the stores that were too far away.
Look at you. You're like a Steve Schiff, just a superstar.
It's a cruise of 3 and 4 people.
What about Jackson swag surfing at Jordan Hare, Dixieland Delight?
That's probably the second best.
Rocky Top.
Rocky Top's the worst.
Oh,
Rocky Top is the
come on.
worst.
Lame.
It's pretty good.
And I would say the Teddy Roosevelt is Gabe's postgame show. Yeah. Those are your 4 traditions in the SEC. What do we have from the Colonel's postgame show here?
I have a supercut.
Yes.
I'd like a supercut, please.
Gabe and rest of the Power Mizzou team, what a W. There's a lot of bitching on the board about it, but a win is a win. The playoffs are still alive. But you know what a win means, Gabe? We want to see them cargo shorts. On to Vanderbilt. It's going to be a crazy one. We'll see you in Nashville, Gabe.
I didn't know cargo shorts were a request that was made.
I'm taking my shirt off. Will you take your shirt off, too? Cody, will you take your shirt off, too? Let's take our shirts off and celebrate what was a gritty win.
That wasn't very much fun. I got my boy Slick Rick. He got 4 years eligibility left in Cavs like a silverback gorilla. I'm going to call Drink, get him a tryout.
Jake Reynolds asked what makes Tim McKernan the best ever. Apparently that you will get on here and pay $2 to be his agent. So thanks for that, Jake.
But after I sent my wife to bed, I just poured a lot of whiskey. I got the lotion out, and I was just been waiting for this. So
okay.
I'm going to go ahead and do the
Once
JL.
lotion is mentioned, we just cut the calls off. That's the rule from now on. If you mention a bottle of lotion in your voicemail, that's the last thing you're going to say. We're not going to go on from there.
Hey there, Gabe. This is House Dad Hank, first-time caller, long-time listener, Columbia, Missouri, $36,000 a year. Just want to get your take on your confidence level going into Nashville next week. And then, 2, what's it finally going to take for you to start up an OnlyFans account? I think both myself and the ladies in the house here want to see that. I'll hang up and listen. Shalom.
This is brutal.
There it is, Doug. That's what the Colonel was doing from about 11 o'clock Saturday night until, I don't know. I went to bed, actually. I didn't stay up for...
Well, the leadoff hitter, I believe, I mean, this is unconfirmed. The audio will speak for itself. I believe the leadoff hitter on the voicemails was KG in O-Town.
Whoa! Oh, wow, breaking news.
Was it really?
I will play the audio.
Gabe, you said if we won in double overtime at Auburn, you'd take the tarp off. You're a man of your word, aren't you?
100% never said it. 100%. Oh. I say a lot of things, and I forget a lot of things I say. I promise I never said that. All right, let's keep going.
How was that caller identified? Who was that?
It was you.
Well, did it say this is Kurt in Oakville or O-Town? Wherever?
And when you say take the tarp off, are you talking about removing the toupee or the shirt? Shirt.
Tarp is toupee?
No. Well, I don't know. That's
be dicey
coming
in the
top.
sports
That's a hockey thing.
Okay.
Hockey guys say tarps off. I know, because I'm a hockey guy.
Kind of like Buffalo Bob vibe to a lot of those calls. They just all sound weird, like they're dancing by themselves. And
I like the guy who gave his salary.
And he was House Dad Hank?
Yeah.
36,000.
Gabe was also confused because the guy talking about the lotion said he sent his wife to bed, and Gabe was very confused at how one sends their wife to bed like they're a child.
And the guy that loved Tim only paid $2 to get the $2 shout out.
Somebody put... Oh my God! Somebody put super chat for like $20, and it said,
$20.
Someone said, Cody's mustache equals saddle." I was crying. They didn't mention it, but Gabe was clearly like breaking on the show, seeing it. He wasn't going to mention it, but he had to put it up there.
Anybody have legitimate football type questions?
Sure.
It seems like less and
I would
less.
say of the hour and a half long post game show, 95% of it is actually breaking down what happened, and then 5% is the nonsense. I just cut out. All I want is the nonsense.
Okay, yeah.
I listened to the whole thing for the breakdown.
Yeah.
But I cut the nonsense.
I got it. Okay.
The Colonel will be with us, brought to you by James Carlton, coming up at 9 o'clock here on the program. So we'll look forward to getting his perspective on the Magic. And God bless the TMA audience every week. The Colonel's breaking records, Doug. He's up to, he got 1,300 in there at midnight or 11 o'clock, whatever the hell it was. on Saturday night. And we'll see what it's at around 6 o'clock this coming Saturday afternoon. Conditions not expected to be favorable in Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh, no.
Does that benefit the Tigers?
Like lots of rain?
Or the Commodores, yeah. Lots of rain in the St. Louis area, lots of rain in Nashville.
It's tough to tell. You would think Missouri's strength is the run game, but that's kind of been the weakness of the last 2 weeks. In fairness, they've played some pretty awesome front sevens. I don't know. LSU has a really bad offensive line, so it's tough to judge completely what Vanderbilt's defense looks like.
They can't run.
Yeah, they cannot. So,
well, if Pavia can't run, that would be a huge thing for Mizzou.
Pavio, I think, will be able to.
He's the X factor.
100%.
Because he can play great defense, and he'll take off running, and he's a
he's
fantastic
fun to watch.
runner.
He busted out the Heisman in the end zone on Saturday. Clark Lee, whose name is never mentioned for these openings, just because I think it's understood that all he wants to do is make Vanderbilt the greatest school ever in college football. This is what he had to say about Diego Pavia and the Heisman pose on Saturday against Brian Kelly and the LSU Tigers.
Clark, you saw Diego. He hit the Heisman pose after that touchdown. Do you think he should be in that conversation more than he is?
I didn't see the pose, but yeah, I mean, I think he's the best player in college football. That's what I think. So you can't watch him play and not realize what a game changer he is. And you know, there are a lot of good players. There's only a handful to me that can take a game over, and he's one of those. And so he deserves all the attention, all the credit. I mean, he's such a, he's a confident guy, but he's humble in his process. His greatest trait is his curiosity. I mean, he's a dog. That's what he is, and he shows up every time. And I love him, and I'm glad he's with us. And I hope for everything for him, including Heisman.
Heisman Trophy winner Diego Pavia. Doug?
Wouldn't surprise me. He's getting a lot of pub. He may not be the best player, but he gets a lot of publicity.
Certainly. I think the more Alabama wins, the more 15 for the Crimson Tide.
Don't just say 15.
Oh,
Don't
you like that one? That's like Cole Kublik on the Twitter tweets.
Yeah, 15 for the Crimson Tide.
That's a ball knower. Ball knower just goes numbers.
Yeah. Just stop it.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
Yeah, he looks like a better quarterback. Probably better NFL prospect as a quarterback.
But it's week by week with this stuff, man. Because 2 weeks ago I said Carson Beck would be your best bet, and then he throws 4 picks against Louisville, no touchdowns, just looked terrible. So it's totally week by week.
NBC Sports has Ty Simpson, number 1 in the current Heisman chase. Fernando Mendoza, Indiana quarterback, number 2. Jeremiah Love, 3rd.
That's more likely than Mendoza than me.
I'm looking at the odds on Bovada, Martin. Ty Simpson is at plus 325. Mendoza plus 350. Julian Sayin, they had a fun time in Madison, Wisconsin this past Saturday. Very fun game, very competitive. Luke Fickle, I think, is on the watch list as well now. Plus 450. Marcel Reed at A&M plus 800. Diego Pavia, 5th, plus 850. Dante Moore at Oregon. We're starting to get to a point now where Las Vegas cannot account for Dan Lanning running up the score when he's angry. They had 700 yards against Rutgers, 42-3 at the half.
Yeah, Porciano.
Oh, my goodness. Gunnar Stockton, plus 1,200. And then Jeremiah Love, fire up CB, fire up, plus 1,800. That reminds me, congratulations to St. Louis U High on the upset win on Friday night.
No, Tim, that was misreported, I believe.
What happened?
I think it was 37-0, so I believe
it was only 3-0 after the first quarter.
I believe they did cover.
Yeah.
They were
did cover
able
the
to
number.
cover. That Cord Gage, Justin Gage's son.
Who's a kicker, too.
Yeah, he does a little bit of everything. He's only a junior. That's the name to clip and save.
Oh, you think he's going to be Boone County?
You know what? I don't know who's on him. That's a good question.
I remember
Justin's
his
one of the
dad
coaches
in high school at Jeff City.
Yeah, and committed to play for Norm, I think, basketball. And then
he played both of them.
Yeah. And then did anyone else? Did DGB wanted to but didn't play both? Yeah.
Kellen Winslow did briefly.
Justin Gage, one of the coaches.
There was somebody else since that did just had a cup of coffee with the basketball team.
It's almost always a tight end.
Yeah.
Bo Prabula and Ahmad Hardy are still listed on the Heisman list, Doug, but the odds have dropped precipitously. Ahmad Hardy's now plus 25,000. Bo Prabula plus 25,000.
Yeah, I don't see it in Bo's future.
Luke Altmaier of ILL getting their chance against Washington this weekend has actually got better odds at plus 15,000.
Still a lot of season to be played.
Yeah.
Don't give up. You still have friends.
I'm not saying either one of them is going to win the Heisman Trophy, but
don't give
one
up.
of the names we mentioned will probably emerge as a leading candidate over the last 5 or 6 weeks of the season. That's the way it usually works.
Can I do an exercise with you, Doug?
Well, sure.
Nice. All right, let me hold your hips here.
No.
Is Texas A&M going to be in the college football playoff?
Is Texas A&M going to be in the college football playoff? I'll say yes.
Okay. Is Alabama going to be in the college football?
Yes.
Is Georgia going to be in the college football?
Sure.
Is Hottie Toddy going to be in the college football playoff?
Maybe.
I'm sorry, no hedging.
That's right. Thank you,
Oh,
Martin.
no hedging?
Williams' hands were shaking.
I'll say, let's see. They got
an easy road.
They got to play Oklahoma, and that's about it. So I'll say yes.
Yes, for the record, Hottie Toddy has to travel to Norman this weekend. Then they get Jackson's guy, Shane Beamer, in Oxford. Then the Citadel comes a-calling. And I haven't watched any Citadel this year.
Well, you got to do show prep, man.
And then Florida and whoever is running that operation. And then they travel to Hale State. So Ole Miss, certainly, if you are operating on the premise of a 2-loss team being in, they look like at worst they are a 2-loss team. I don't know what their best win would be.
LSU at the moment,
I guess.
But that's all. I think it's going to age poorly.
Could wind up being Tulane, as crazy as that sounds, because they beat the hell out of Tulane. Is Missouri going to be in the college football playoff? Because right now you got 4 in there.
At the moment, you'd have to say no, not unless they come close to running the table.
Is Vanderbilt in the college football playoff?
Probably yes.
Wow. How about that? Uh-oh.
I mean, they got to play some teams, you know.
How about that?
They got to play some
thanks,
teams.
Joe. They got to play some teams.
Mizzou, Texas, Auburn, Kentucky, Tennessee.
I think the loser of Saturday's game is toast.
Yeah,
that's my theory.
I agree with that. But
I'm really this thing, and Tom said it, but a bunch of people are saying it nationally too. Whoever wins on Saturday has the inside track to the college football playoff. Okay, I mean, yeah, that's a lovely thought, but you just got to win, and then you got to keep winning. Because in Missouri's case, you have Vanderbilt, A&M, Mississippi State, Oklahoma, Arkansas. As crazy as it sounds, all of those are losable, and all of them are also winnable. And in Vanderbilt's case, Missouri at Texas, at home against War Eagle, at home against Kentucky, and then at Tennessee. I would say, watching Vanderbilt, all of those are winnable, and I don't think all of them are losable because Tennessee is out there, but then you saw Tennessee and Texas on Saturday night. Oklahoma is 6-1. Is Oklahoma in the college football playoff?
Who they have to play? No,
Ole Miss,
their schedule's
at Tennessee,
too tough.
at Alabama, at home against Missouri, at home against LSU.
No, I'll say no, they won't make it.
Any of Texas, LSU, Tennessee in the college football playoff?
No.
All right, so then you guys got 5 SEC teams.
Yeah.
Would we agree that Oregon, Ohio State, and Indiana are in the college football playoff?
Yeah.
All right, so now we got 8. We have no idea who the group of 5 will be. Maybe it's South Florida. We will see. They have the win in Gainesville. So now we've got 9 teams in the college football playoff.
Notre Dame will get in.
It's 10 teams in the college football playoff. And now I need you to get me 1 from the Big 12 and 1 from the ACC, and that's it.
Miami, Texas Tech.
Okay.
Despite both losing this weekend.
And then just for the record, if I'm not mistaken, you have 3 teams that are currently undefeated in conference play in the ACC.
Yeah, you sure did.
And then you
Tech.
have undefeated BYU in the Big 12. You see what I'm saying?
It's saying it's getting a little crowded.
You see what I'm saying?
Teams will fall. There's upsets every single week.
Yeah, I was on here saying Miami was going to smack the taste out of Louisville's mouth, and quite the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
How much money do you lose on California not covering against Bill Belichick?
That didn't help. That didn't help the ledger this weekend. I'll tell you. I'll be honest with you.
I actually bet North Carolina.
Did you really?
I did.
You faded me like that? Wow.
I had to.
My heart.
How much you lose, Jackson?
Not that bad.
Jackson won't reveal his unit size to the audience.
Because the unit shaming is a real problem in America.
You think unit shaming? What do you think's worse, vacation shaming or unit shaming?
Oh, boy. Vacation shaming is real low-life behavior.
It is. Because you take the best vacation you can afford.
Right.
No. I'm talking about when people take time
Yeah,
off.
they're like, oh, wow, must be nice. It's like, well, you also have PTO, dude. Isn't like
you also
I
have
thought you
PTO,
meant you were
dude.
going to... You're going to complain that people were going to
30A.
Destin or something. Yeah.
That goes on in the text inbox.
That does happen.
Papers, are you taking questions?
Always.
Saturday, Mizzou game. Were you at home at the Brentwood?
Cocktail lounge.
Cocktail lounge.
Okay. With audio on or just fans
No,
yelling?
just fans.
Is that hard for you then to enjoy it?
Well, the broadcast at the beginning of the game, you guys, I assume, watched on television, didn't put up a graphic or anything that it was pass interference on that fourth down pass.
That was very odd.
And so all I saw was the guy catch it out of bounds. I was like, oh, great. Here come the Tigers. Going to get the ball in good field position.
Too, yeah.
And then Auburn's taking another snap. I go, drink. Throw the something.
He was out of bounds.
Something's got to happen here. But then
pass interference.
Right. So then we went on Twitter and found out. So that's the only time. And I went back and rewatched the game. So I got to hear.
Oh, you did a rewatch?
Well, I wanted to see how it sounded during there. And when you're on rewatch, you can fast forward through all the BS, and it's actually pretty quick. College football games don't take that long; they just make them take that long. So it was. I enjoyed the broadcast team, and it was loud as hell.
It is a great
during
broadcast. It really is. Whether Tom Hart's on the show or not, that's a really good broadcast team. Ray King says, Jackson kissed me on the cheek Saturday night and Mizzou won. Let's keep this thing going for Saturday's game.
Did see Ray King, did not kiss him on the cheek, but did, show love.
Did you cuddle or anything?
And then I guess a friendly embrace.
Oh, no.
Friend of the show.
Yeah,
he's a friend of the show.
Friend of Matty Mox.
Yeah, he's a great friend of the show. And yeah, there's a lot of Tiger fans just rooting on the Tigers. It was great.
You know who calls a bar a cocktail lounge? Turbo Simps. That's from Wedding Tackle.
I didn't say it. Tim did.
Cocktail lounge.
I like that term.
That's 1950s behavior.
What about speakeasy?
How about
1920s?
Tavern.
Watering hole.
Watering hole. What about that?
Local watering hole.
The Colonel gets to deal with everybody when they come back from the watering hole on his post-game show, and now he's going to get to deal with us. That's coming up next, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. I am recommending this, and I'm doing so wholeheartedly. The weather has shifted. It's just our reality, but we had a wonderful run. And now I look at the forecast, Doug, and I've got a high on Friday of 59 degrees.
That's not good enough.
And 55% chance of rain. Saturday, high of 60, 70% chance of rain.
Don't like
high
it.
64 Sunday, 50% chance of rain. Monday, 45% chance of rain. At least we get a high of 71. This is what happened. It's fine. We had a lovely run. I can't really argue with it. But if you want to continue to play the game of golf and if you want to get yourself in form for the start of next season, 5-Iron Golf is the ultimate indoor golf experience. Whether you're a serious golfer or just looking for a great night out, you'll love playing iconic courses on TrackMan simulators. They have 13 of them, and then enjoy chef-inspired dining and relaxing in a vibrant bar setting. It's located in Clayton. I walked in there for the first time about a month ago, and I couldn't believe what I saw. It's heaven on earth. Online at 5irongolf.com. Here is what they have for our TMA audience. Now, memberships are $169 per month. If you let them know you're a TMA listener, you get 10% off. That's free golf every day, discounts on food, drinks, lessons, leagues, and even club fitting. 5irongolf.com. Check it out. 5-Iron Golf in Clayton. It's not just golf simulators. It's an entire golf experience. Get the information on memberships, lessons, and leagues at 5irongolf.com. Trust me, you are going to love it. TMA listeners receive 10% off when you contact 5-Iron Golf. Go online at 5irongolf.com. The Colonel joins us next here on TMA.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website to head to for your next vehicle. Doesn't matter what your situation, what your circumstance. If you're looking for a new car, want to get it with little to no money down, get the best rate possible for you, no matter what the situation. Auto Loan Pro can do that because they work with over 50 different lenders. Anyone could sell you a car, but it takes pro.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. A twin bill of action going on tonight for Monday Night Football. Lions, Buccaneers, pregame at 5 p.m., kickoff at 6 p.m. Then the late night game, Seahawks versus Texans, that kicks off at 9 p.m. Both games right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
There is a space which I live in, which is called service. It is
Yes.
How'd you like this to be your theme song? Have to hear it every time you come on this show.
I would love it, and I would like it even more if Tina E is on the corner right across from Bridgestone Arena on Saturday night playing this as Missouri fans flood Broadway for a pony show celebrating the Tigers' win over Heisman Trophy winner Diego Pavia and the Vanderbilt Commodores. Hello again, everybody.
Well, hello. I guess there's nothing stopping her from playing that song.
Thank you. Joining us right now, a man who is probably already down in Nashville getting us ready for Missouri and Vanderbilt. From PowerMizzou.com, presented to you by the great James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond. Morning, Colonel.
It's crazy how well you know me that not only do I go to every road game, but I get there 5 days early.
Yeah,
get set up.
Dedication is what it is.
They call that local flavor. You go down there, you get the local flavor.
Right.
What are the fans saying?
Thank you, Martin. That's exactly what. What's going on.
Kirk Street wants me to go and spot out all the good places to eat in Nashville.
Oh, nice. That'll be good for it. That's a good assignment. Gabe DeArmond with us, 1,300 plus in the post-game show on Saturday night, Colonel.
Yeah, it was. There was, I think, prepared to be a lot of anger, and then a whole lot of relief after that one.
Yeah, I think that sums it up. They were ready to go, and then in quite a surprising development. In particular, we're talking about the touchdown to tie it up. I just didn't see it coming based on what we had seen from Missouri offensively. That's what stood out to me as the biggest surprise of the evening was, holy crap, all of a sudden they just tied the game.
Yeah, when Auburn had like a 25-yard pass or something like that to get down to like the Missouri 6, and I texted a few of my friends. I said, "That's it. They're done." Because I didn't think Missouri would keep Auburn out of the end zone, but even if they did, I just didn't think Missouri could score. I mean, Missouri had shown nothing to indicate they could score, but the lesson that I've told people over and over that I momentarily forgot on Saturday night is that losing teams lose for a reason, and part of the reason Auburn lost on Saturday night was 30 yards of defensive penalties on a single play. I mean, that was half of Missouri's drive right there was 30 yards of penalties.
Mm-hmm. Does it seem like maybe some teams, at least Auburn and Alabama, figured out how to stop Ahmad Hardy and make it hard for Mizzou to move the ball?
Yeah, I mean, I think finally Missouri has started playing teams that A, have an approach, and B, have the talent to play the approach. But it was very obvious. Auburn just said, look, you're not beating us this way. Ahmad Hardy is not going to have anywhere to go. Like against Alabama, people were angry that Missouri, didn't run the ball enough. That was not the issue on Saturday night. They ran the ball 40-some-odd times. It just didn't do anything. I mean, Ahmad Hardy had one 17-yard carry, and I think his other 23 got like 41 yards or something like that. Missouri averaged 2 yards a carry. So it is clear that teams are going to put everyone at the line of scrimmage and force Bo Prabula to beat them with his arm. Now, I think it is worth a discussion, and I don't have the answer, but whether Saturday was more that Bo couldn't or really struggled to beat them with his arm, or whether he simply was not afforded the time to even do so, because Missouri's offensive line was pretty much dominated in that game.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide with Prabula because he's a really good runner. You can see that. I'm just wondering how often it's called. I'm sure he has somewhere it's an RPO, but it seems like it's his default, maybe almost too quick at times.
Yeah. I think that. I think there were times on Saturday I thought he looked a little panicked in the pocket. And, again, you kind of understand it. I mean, Auburn was all over him, even when he didn't get sacked, he didn't have a lot of time to throw. And so I think mobile quarterbacks, a lot of times when that starts to happen, they then start to bail out even when there's maybe not pressure there. They just expect pressure even when it doesn't happen. But like the flip side is he still made some big time throws and plays in that game, and that was really like you can live with some of the struggles if the payoff is, hey, the third down throw to Kevin Coleman in overtime, or the third down throw to Donovan Olubade on the sideline. Like, he made more plays in that game than I felt like he made against Alabama.
Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA. Certainly one of the conversations going into Saturday is not only the fact that one of these teams is going to go into the month of November with only one loss and solidly in the top 10. If Missouri wins, they will be in the top 10. I would be very surprised otherwise. Let me put it that way. And Vanderbilt already finds itself there. And then you get into the Pavia question. One of my things going into this past weekend, I thought Vanderbilt would win. But, and I know you were watching it, Colonel, because we were texting. Vanderbilt really, I mean, Diego Pavia just did the smart thing and went down at the 1 yard line. Otherwise, they put up 38 points on Blake Baker's defense. So my theory that maybe Vanderbilt, once they go up against a great defense, wouldn't be able to move that ball that effectively was blown up by what we saw on Saturday. What challenges will Vanderbilt's offense present what is becoming clearly a really strong Missouri defense?
Yeah, I mean, Vandy's offense is, like you said, they put up the most points this year against LSU. They put up more points than anybody has against South Carolina. You know, they only had 14 against Alabama, but also Pavia turned the ball over twice inside the 20-yard line, or, you know, they get to 24 or 28 against Bama. So they can move the football. There is no question. And it all starts with the quarterback. I mean, Missouri has faced mobile quarterbacks, but I looked at the numbers this morning. Like, Jalen Daniels has 199 yards rushing this year, and Lenora Sellers has 108. Diego Pavia has close to 500. He is a different sort of mobile, and he is better once the play breaks down. Like, you'd much rather face him in just a straight drop back. He's in the pocket than, hey, there's chaos and he's out scrambling around, and all of a sudden you've got no idea where the ball's going to go. I think you have to spy him on every single play, because you get them in third and long, and it almost kind of doesn't matter. They're the second best team in the country on third down. But I also think, like, don't make the mistake of just saying, well, this is Diego Pavia and he's the only thing. He is this entire offense. Like, he's a big part of it, but those Vanderbilt tight ends were unbelievable against LSU. They can, I mean, they've got two running backs who are averaging over 6 yards a carry. The backup running back only has 27 carries, but he's averaging 11 yards a carry. They've got 10 rushing touchdowns between them. Like, this is a good football team. And Saturday really was the first time I've watched them start to finish. And one of my best friends covers Vanderbilt, and I texted him in the middle of that game, and I said, I'm having a hard time getting past the, hey, this is a cute little fun story, to, no, this is a legitimate top 15 football team wearing Vanderbilt uniforms.
Does Missouri have anybody on defense, a linebacker probably, who can kind of spy on Pavia and keep him from running the ball 30 yards when the pass protection breaks down?
Yeah, I think it's probably Khalil Jacobs. He's probably your most athletic linebacker. The other guy that I'd look at there is Dalen Carnell. Kind of twofold there. I think he's athletic enough to do it, but also he plays that kind of hybrid linebacker safety position. But I'll be honest, man, when teams have gotten him in coverage, it hasn't been great for Missouri. That is not his strength. So I would be perfectly fine with using him as kind of the spy on Pavia. I know there were a couple plays where Blake Baker used two spies on Pavia, and one of them still didn't work, and they gave up a huge run to him. But that's kind of what he can do. You're going to have to score, I think, minimum 27 to win this game, and maybe more.
You said you think Vanderbilt is a legitimate top 10 team now. What about Missouri? You think Mizzou's legit? It's kind of hard to tell, isn't it?
Yeah. I think I'll know after Saturday. I'm not sure I know yet. I'm comfortable saying that these are both top 7 or 8 teams in the SEC. Saturday is going to tell me which one has a chance to be a top 4 or 5 team. Because I don't think they both will end up there. It's possible, right? I mean, if Vandy wins this game, Missouri runs the table, or vice versa. It's possible. But I think you've got Alabama, A&M, probably Georgia because they beat Ole Miss there. And then I think Ole Miss, Missouri, Vanderbilt, and for now, Oklahoma, even though I don't really think Oklahoma is there, are kind of the teams that are competing for, hey, those extra one or two SEC playoff spots.
Gabe DeArmond with us here, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James is online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800. He's my insurance agent, and he has been going back to 2019. I recommend him wholeheartedly. He saved Jamie Rivers thousands of dollars when Jamie made the switch last month, and he can do the same thing for you. 452 five-star reviews for James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Colonel Billy Napier wins a game on Saturday, then he loses his job on Sunday. Hugh Freeze, to this moment, still is the head coach at Auburn. That, of course, is always on the brink. And then Tallahassee, Florida State, just issued a statement saying they are deeply disappointed with the results so far this year, but they will reevaluate the state of the program at the end of the year, and that is a way to...
So he's getting fired at the end of the
That's a way to do a little delay tactic here for the next month before Mike Norvell goes. Then you've got already job openings all over the place, and then that gets us to Eli Drinkwitz. You were on top of it yesterday with his name being mentioned all over the place as well. Your assessment of the specific for Eli Drinkwitz and then the state of the college football head coaching world.
Yeah, so I wrote some about this morning because I have talked to a handful of people locally, and there just does not seem to be a whole lot of concern. I mean, I've had people tell me, like, look, I'm real confident he's not going anywhere. But nationally, I've been really interested in listening to some podcasts, reading some columns, and I know a few of these national reporters just from being around over the years. And so I checked with some of them yesterday, and I said, explain to me why the national belief on Drinkwitz seems to be so different than the local one. Because, like, locally, I just don't think there's all that much concern about it. And nationally, I think the belief is somewhere between Drinkwitz could leave and Drinkwitz is looking to leave. And I think there's multiple possibilities there. But what I wrote, I said, I think the slowest group to adapt to the fact that college football has just changed is the national media. I mean, I think it's largely comprised of people who have been covering this for 15, 25, 35 years and just haven't really been able to wrap their heads around, hey, what you knew in 2018 doesn't matter anymore. I mean, 10 years ago, had Penn State and Florida had openings, and we were pretty sure Florida State and Auburn were coming open, and Eli Drinkwitz was on all four of those lists, I would have my hot board done today. Like, he'd be gone. There's no question. In 2015, he's taking one of those jobs. Even in 2022 or 2023, knowing what I know, having had the conversations over the years that I've had, I think Drinkwitz would absolutely, had he been offered one of those jobs at that point in time, jumped at him. I just don't think that's the case anymore, because what he would be asked to do there, he has already done here. You know, he's being asked to go in and build something into a top 10, 15 program, get us to the playoff, all that. Like, he's got all of that framework already in place here, and it was not easy to build. But once it's up and running, you know, I mean, he kind of proved this was supposed to be Missouri's down year. This was, the over-under was like 6.5, maybe 7.5. Everybody was, well, they lost the quarterback and they lost the receivers. And what are they going to do? And he just went out in the transfer portal and he replaced it all. You know, so the money's here, the support's here. He gets anything he wants. I will, until the local attitude changes, I'm not super concerned about it.
I imagine the national media looks at Missouri as a nice little team, middle-of-the-pack team. Every now and then they get to 15 to 18, and they're never going to be better than that. They're never going to be a blue blood, so why wouldn't he want to leave?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. But what I've been interested in is, you know, I think the overriding thought with Curt Cignetti was, oh, he doesn't want to leave Indiana. He's got this backing, and he's got it running. He's got all. Well, why is that different than it? Again, one of my best friends covers Ole Miss, and we talk about this all the time because we basically cover the same person in the same program. Like Ole Miss and Missouri, Lane Kiffin and Eli Drinkwitz, it's kind of the same thing. Lane's a little better on social media. I think Eli's a little better behind a microphone, but they're pretty similar personalities and programs. And I don't know for sure that Florida's a better job than either one of those guys has right now. I don't know that Florida State would be a better job. I don't know that Auburn would be a better job. That's not saying that one of them won't jump. They might, and they might have their reasons. But I think the old thinking was, well, look, you can recruit your whole roster from right in the state. Well, that doesn't matter anymore. First of all, everybody's on TV. Like the whole idea of, you have to be close by to see your kid play. That's not true anymore. Every game is on television for every team in a major conference. And the other thing is, with NIL, do you know how simple it is to say, here's an extra $80,000 in NIL. It will buy your family plane tickets and hotel rooms at every single game,
Yeah, the world has changed in that some of the blue bloods are no longer, and some of the teams that were also Rans are now in the mix for a college football playoff spot. Which brings me to this. I enjoyed your column yesterday, and you made the observation that I have been fearful of for a while, and that is a two-loss SEC team is not necessarily a lock to make the college football playoff. Colonel, expound on how you arrived.
Okay, so let me explain. I think 10-2 still very likely gets Missouri in. Because 10-2 is going to have either a win over Vanderbilt, a win over A&M, a win over Oklahoma. Now, worst case scenario for Missouri is you lose to A&M, you beat Vanderbilt and Oklahoma, but Vanderbilt and Oklahoma kind of fade back to 8-4 or 7-5, right? And then all of a sudden they go, "What's your best win?" Well, we won at number 24 Vanderbilt, But I think 10 would probably get Missouri in. But the doomsday scenario is this: there is a world in which Texas Tech and Miami finish 11-1 and do not make conference title games. Because Georgia Tech plays almost no one the rest of the year. Virginia plays almost no one the rest of the year. The ACC title game could be 12-0 over Georgia Tech and 11-1 Virginia. And if that happens, the winner automatically goes, and 11-1 Miami is probably going. That turns the ACC into a two-bid league. In the Big 12, it could be, 11-1 or 12-0 BYU against 11-1 Arizona State, or even worse, 11-1 Cincinnati, and the winner there goes, and then you're sitting here with 11-1 Texas Tech, which has, I think there's a possibility that these last couple spots. Oh, by the way, Notre Dame's involved here. Mm-hmm. Notre Dame had to have it win over USC. So, what is Notre Dame at 10-2 versus a 10-2 SEC team? I personally think the SEC team probably has a better resume because Notre Dame's really only got one good win, but they have two really quality losses. But the big issue that you want to watch is you want the Big 12 and the ACC to be one-bid leagues, or at worst, you want one of them to be a two-bid league. If they're both two-bid leagues, then that turns into the doomsday scenario, because what you're going to be talking about is 11-1 Texas Tech better than a 10-2 team in the SEC. Now, they say they're going to do strength of schedule, and they say it's going to matter, but it's the exact same scenario last year, right? Indiana and SMU got in over 9-3 SEC teams. Now, had Bama been 10-2 or Ole Miss been 10-2, maybe that's a different conversation. But I still think 10-2 puts you in good shape, but I don't think it is necessarily a 100% lock.
Just for the sake of math, if we're starting with 12 and we already take out the group of 5 team, now you're with 11. And if there were to be 2 from one of the Big 12 or ACC, which is where my money would be, that at the minimum that's going to happen, now you're down to 11, 10, 9 are gone. And then if Notre Dame does run the schedule, I would agree with you, they're going to get in. And so now you have 7 for all of the SEC
and the
Big
Big
Ten.
12 champ is getting at least one.
Well, that's
right?
what I'm saying. I'm including ACC and Big 12 as 3 spots, and then Notre Dame, and then the group of 5. So now you have 7 for all of the SEC and all of the Big Ten. And I saw that you weren't 100% sure that Oregon would get in. If I'm not mistaken, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I may have read.
Yeah, no, I mean, because Oregon has the loss to Indiana. If they lose another one, like the advantage the SEC has over the Big Ten is that the wins over the middle of the SEC they're just better than the wins over the middle of the Big Ten, right? I mean, beating Penn State is no longer a big deal, to be quite honest. And so Oregon could get to 10-2, and you look at it and go, yeah, Missouri's 10-2 was better, or Alabama's 10-2, or whoever's 10-2 was better. I think the team with the biggest worry in the SEC at 10-2 is Ole Miss.
Yes.
Because right now their big win is LSU. There's a real chance at the end of the year that's a 7-5 team.
That's correct. We were talking about that in the previous segment.
All Ole Miss has to say is we almost beat Georgia. Now, that requires Ole Miss to lose to Oklahoma this week, right? So if Ole Miss wins that game and gets to 11-1, it's no issue. But at 10-2, Ole Miss has the same problem Missouri had last year, which is, cool, but who'd you beat?
Yep.
So it's going to be fascinating, and I think it's the reason this thing's going to 16, and it's obviously the reason, Sankey and the guy that always comes up with awful ideas that runs the Big Ten are fighting for some of these guaranteed spots and all that. Look, if there is a situation where a 10-2 SEC team gets left out, you might see the SEC and the Big Ten just say, literally on Monday morning, yeah, we're out. We're not doing this thing anymore.
Something's it's like I'm seeing it coming down Broadway, and I don't know how it's avoidable considering all of these teams that are beating the hell out of each other in the SEC. And then you brought up Oregon and their schedule. They have at home against Wisconsin. They go to Iowa, at home against Minnesota, at home against USC, and at Washington.
There are 3 losable games there to me.
At Iowa, USC, and at Washington, I gather you're talking about. Yeah. But you also would agree that those are unlikely.
Look, we do this every year, right? We do this chaos scenario, and truthfully, it usually ends up working out. More often than not, we're probably going to start going, well, is there really an 11th team that deserves to be in instead of there are 3 or 4 that got left out? But, hey, this is it's at least you have to be aware the scenario is possible.
Indeed, and that is the thing that I have been worried about here from the Missouri standpoint is 10-2 just might not be good enough. Best win your games, and you take care of business, and you leave nothing.
It's why you need other SEC teams to start losing. It's why you want A&M to drop another game. You want Oklahoma to beat Ole Miss and then lose 2 other ones. I mean, you need to have tiebreakers in your own conference.
That's the Colonel. You can read more at PowerMizzou.com, brought to you by James Carlton. And don't miss the postgame show on Saturday afternoon. Probably, Doug, I guess about 6 o'clock, 6:30 is when you'll be able to tune in.
It'll be like a dinner hour.
Nice. Gather the family around the hearth.
Okay, I'll do that. All right.
Colonel, always appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
There he is. That's Gabe DeArmond. We set records in the YouTube chat when the Colonel comes on.
Do we really?
We really do.
Love that.
Yeah. I mean, it's a world changer from when James Carlton was sponsoring the Mizzou segment on Balloon Party.
Yeah. It's crickets.
Tumbleweed.
Yeah.
Tip of the cap that the world has
Things can
changed.
shift dramatically. Oh, yes.
I'm sorry. No. How does Notre Dame have a claim to go to the college football playoff? If their best win is going to be USC, who might end up with 4 or 5 losses, and then what's their best wins is 2 losses?
I would gather the argument would be they will attempt to beat the hell out of everybody left on their schedule, and the 2 losses will be to most likely at least one playoff team on the final play from scrimmage and at Miami, which also took place in the final seconds.
Okay. I'm just going to say that there's going to be another 10-2 team that will have a better claim to it, and Notre Dame will get in over them.
But Notre Dame's claim would be, 2 good losses, but no great wins, is what you're saying.
USC is their best win right now, but I think that's going to age poorly.
No great wins, but 2 good losses.
Right.
In theory.
Right. And I just don't think that any other team would be able to get away with that. I think
So you hate Irish Catholic
no,
people?
not at all.
Why do you
I
hate
just
the
think that
Irish?
I think that they get like a.
They do. And they should just come out and say, we're Notre Dame. We get to get in. And then the committee said, well, I guess we have no
Like
choice.
we got Group of 5 in Notre Dame.
Like
They're
a fast pass.
I guess we have no choice.
They're like, we're going to lose 2 big games, but we make it close. Then we're going to go away for a couple months, and you'll see us again in the college football playoff. And they'll probably win it all this year.
Notre Dame needs to be angrier than a hornet at Pittsburgh for losing to West Virginia.
Yeah.
As ridiculous as tracing it all back to that is, because Pittsburgh actually has been really good in every game except they lost to this horrible West Virginia team and Louisville, the team that, of course, just beat Miami on Friday night. And that would be Notre Dame's other glamour play. And if Pittsburgh could beat Georgia Tech and Miami, then they would be sitting there with one loss. Against Notre Dame, and then lose there and be a 2-loss team with those wins, then Notre Dame can claim Pittsburgh. But because they lost to West Virginia, Doug, that's Rich Rodriguez who's doing the Bill Snyder thing where he goes back to the old place where he coached and had great success in that crazy 2007 season. West Virginia has lost to Ohio, Kansas, Utah, BYU, and UCF, and they only have wins over Robert Morris, who they were able to edge out 45-3, and of course Pittsburgh. Go figure. Telling you, chaos is coming. Yeah. I don't know what's going to be more chaotic: all the coaches or all of the teams bitching on that second weekend in December. All right, time for us to take a break. It is the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. The program is called TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
If you've ever wanted to go to Scotland, this is your chance, and I'm going with you. It's June 15th next summer. Looking forward to this because a lot of times you put a trip together, you get online, okay, where are we staying? Or what about transportation? We're going overseas. Don't have to worry about any of that. That's because Colette will handle all the details, the flights, the meals, the hotels, local experiences. I can't wait to do it. Do it with you. Headed to a historic whiskey distillery, telling some stories, legendary Isle of Skye, checking out the amazing Orkney Islands, but you also get the big cities, Edinburgh, Glasgow. I've heard all sorts of great things about these cities, the countryside, the landscape of the Highlands, watching the British Open over the years. Now the chance to see it. My wife is psyched. We're ready to roll. June 15th. A trip of a lifetime. Again, all those details are handled. We're going to get together soon and talk about the trip over at Altair's headquarters. They're in Brentwood. They're right next door. All those years, right next to O.B. Clark's. Altair Travel. Call them. Find out more about this trip. It's 314-968-9600. You've waited long enough for the trip of a lifetime. Now's the time to go. Headed over to Scotland. Again, all things handled, all the details. Just call Altair Travel to find out more. 314-968-9600. Also, more information online at 101ESPN.com.
What do you think? Is Dre's birthday or Stu's birthday?
I don't know whose birthday.
It's got to be somebody's birthday.
Wish I did. Got to do show prep.
The D-O-double-G.
What do you think the D-O-double-G is? I'm going to go 54.
Ooh, it's higher, I think.
D-O-double. Is this Snoop Dogg?
Yeah.
I think he's older than 54.
Yeah.
I think 55.
I'm not gonna do the Doug game. I'll just go 58.
Tim, did you say 54?
Aye.
He turns 54 today.
Oh, he darned.
He seems older.
He does. He looks older. Wow. Kind of lived hard.
Yeah, he's lived hard.
He's laid back.
He's good on The Voice.
Mine on his money?
You mean the show, The Voice?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Or his voice.
Where were you when you heard nothing but a G thing for the first time?
I don't know that I've ever heard it.
That been
first
early
time.
90s? 92
I always say 91, but I think it's 92.
I think it is as well. That was on the Chronic, right?
That was on the Chronic.
I met Snoop at the Two Fox. It was so bizarre. He was on like a marketing thing for the show he did with Martha Stewart. So a picture of me and Snoop, and my kids think it's the only thing that gives me any kind of street cred.
Sure.
And then the next day, he was wearing it was a Two Fox T-shirt, and it had a huge blunt. And so I tweeted out, and I said, "Finally, some coverage you can count on." And the social media team didn't think that was funny because you got to take news serious. I'm like, it's Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, take some time off.
And we gave him
take some time away.
I took some time off Twitter. I did. I said, "F it."
Yeah, very little upside. Doug, guess what we got tonight?
What do we have tonight?
Well, not only do we have 2 Monday Night Football games, I assume friend of the program Joe Buck is in Detroit, don't you think?
Yeah.
He's not doing
Bucks
Texans,
game.
Seattle.
Where is that game? Is it in Detroit?
It's in Detroit. Detroit
It
minus
is.
5.5.
That's good. The Buccaneers are always good. We just don't really acknowledge.
Baker.
They're fun to watch. That's a fun game to watch, but we also have a Game 7. How do you do?
On the Two Fox.
That's on the Two Fox.
Coverage
Martin.
starts at 6. You hate when it knocks out a newscast, but we will give way.
Oh, wow.
We will give way to the network coverage tonight at 6. Yeah, ALCS Game 7. Those Blue Jays. I don't see them losing it. I don't know.
You don't see the Blue Jays losing?
No, that team can rake. It's been a fun series.
The Blue Jays are minus 135 on the money line. You get a nice return at plus 115 if you think the Mariners are going to win it. George Kirby, Shane Bieber, all hands on deck. How do you do?
Well, I'm fine, really. Bieber was about as good as anybody going a few years back, and he's still only 30, so maybe
Mad Max will come out of the bullpen to throw like a big inning or something, just screaming at everybody.
He is mad a lot.
How about the Dodgers winning the pennant and then celebrating like they just won a regular season game in July?
I have to tell you, I really enjoyed that.
I thought, that was
like hardcore.
I mean, they were just so much better. Shohei Ohtani's hitting balls out of the stadium. And then throwing 10 Ks in the same game.
They're saying it's the greatest game ever, and I think it would be hard to argue.
You throw
in the postseason,
you shove Martin,
and was pissed that he was getting taken out. Not Matt Scherzer pissed, but as pissed as he gets.
Right.
With like a head nod. I'm very upset with you, sir. Nods his head. Reggie Jackson was congratulating him on Twitter because of the 3 home runs, but Reggie didn't shove in that same game.
Yeah, he did not throw.
My mom said, "Is that illegal?" And I said, "No." She said, "Well, that should be illegal." I said, "Well, why would that be illegal? It's
just no one can do it.
Nobody can do it."
I would imagine you will see pitching changes galore tonight because these boys don't have to play again until Friday. That is when Game 1 of the World Series is taking place. So it's going to be anarchy.
In the argument for best game ever was Rick Wise' game in 1971, regular season. Pitched a no-hitter and hit 2 home runs.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That's a pretty good game, too.
I would say.
Dirk 3K, let's go Mariners. Then right behind Dirk 3K is the Sun Launcher, let's go Jays. The Bachelor and now voice, Doug, you're such a twink. That's from the TMA Reddit Insider, so he's not happy that you like The Bachelor, the Golden Bachelor.
Well, I'm very cultured.
Doug's keeping network TV afloat.
Is Ohtani he's got to be in the conversation now as the best player ever? I mean, some of the greats, Ruth, Mays, Williams, Aaron, Musial, they did this for 20 years.
Right.
But over a short period of time, I don't know how long's Ohtani been. That's crowdsourcing. He's probably been 7 or 8 years in the majors now. Right?
Take the over on that. I feel like it's been about 10 years.
His debut was 2018 when he was 23. He is now 30 years old, Doug.
For this period of time, I think you'd have to say he's the greatest player ever.
Do you like Baseball Reference's player comps?
Sure.
He's an intriguing one because of the pitching element. Anybody want to take a gander on his similarity scores? Because they got both of them for both hitting and pitching.
Well, other than Babe Ruth?
Yeah, the chalk answer is Babe Ruth.
Correct, but they have
I'd
it
say
separated.
probably maybe Bonds.
I think I could give you 10 guesses.
Oh, okay, initials
and you
then.
wouldn't get it.
Initials,
Anybody
please.
want to put a puck on the net who has not looked at it?
Hart.
Did they
Good
pitch
Thank you.
and hit?
No. They separated.
We're just talking about hitters now?
I don't think you would get the pitcher or the hitter.
Well, can we have initials then?
Sure, PA, hitter.
P.A.
P. Diddy.
Paul Arberson.
Pete
What the
Alonso.
hell is that?
Pete Alonso.
Is that right?
Really?
Exactly. That's the proper response. That was Daniel Day-Lewis. Here's the line. Do it now, boy.
Well,
You don't like Daniel Day-Lewis?
I've abandoned my boy. I've abandoned my child.
Martin, what's going on?
You say DDL, and I just have to go into.
Are you channeling it?
Yeah, to go into Daniel Plainview.
All right. Similarity pitcher.
Okay, initials, please.
JF.
Jack Flaherty.
Jimmy Fullerton.
Cardinal Twitter. Go nuts.
JF.
Jose Fernandez.
Yes!
Oh,
Really?
wow.
Martin. Woo. The similarity scores for Shohei Ohtani hitting. Alonso 1. This one you'd go, oh, okay. Juan Soto.
Yeah, I can see that.
It just shows the lack of respect for friend of the program, Pete Alonso. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 3. And old Dick Stewart's 4.
Dick Stewart, Dr. Strangelove with the Pirates.
That's right. And then Glenn Davis. You remember him manning first base?
Another big first baseman.
Oh, no. It always goes back to basketball
It
for
does. He keeps
papers.
grooming us. No, he played over in the Astrodome. 86 Astros, Mike Scott.
And then Baltimore gave him a ton of money and he just kind of faded away.
He decided I'd had enough. Let's go work on our wedges. And then pitching-wise, next Shane McClanahan, Dave Barnhill, Johnny Wright, and Roy Partlow.
Oh, really? Well, the thing about Ohtani is he stole 59 bases last year. 59.
He does seem AI created. I need a guy who can pitch, who can hit, who can run the bases. And I'll tell you what, Dave Roberts has said this before, and he keeps saying it. That, we're ruining baseball. We're just going to keep ruining baseball. They're going to beat that into the ground. I feel like, now, it depends where you are, if you're like pro owners, pro players. I feel like a lot of folks are going to root for Toronto, Seattle, whoever advances to take down the dynasty-bound Dodgers. But if you think that the owners are always crying poor, maybe you want the Dodgers to win and say it's sign players. I listened to Matt Holliday talking to the Cat on that podcast, and he said any team could sign some of these players. Maybe not all of them, but he said they all have money to spend that they don't spend, and that they feel like, I think Lance Lynn was chiming in on this theory, that the Dodgers winning will just feed the owners saying, yep, see, got to have a salary cap up, to leading into next year's potential lockout.
So therefore, Matt the Bat and Lance Lynn want to see the Mariners or Blue Jays win?
Well, no, I think, and I was saying more fans, but the players, like the reform players, they think the Dodgers winning will just lead to that narrative. So
Right.
I think it will expose, they feel like the owners saying, you can't win. They're believing that.
Right.
They didn't say who they had a rooting interest in, but I think they believe that every owner is waiting to point to the Dodgers. Yeah, but I think fans would love to see, although Toronto is a big market, big spending team.
Yes.
But they would kind of get cast as...
Yeah, the David and Goliath,
Yes.
even though they, I think, had the 4th highest payroll this year.
And they've got great players. It's like when the Cardinals got skunked by the Red Sox, La Russa got mad because, remember, it was just the idiots. It was just the Red Sox were just kind of this bunch of silly little fellas that scrapped together a winning streak. And they had big-time players, Manny Ramirez and Ortiz and Schilling, and so that narrative could get attached. But yeah, as far as the former players, I think they feel like the Dodgers winning will just feed into the owners.
Here's a fun fact for no and tell. Doug, do with it what you want.
Okay, I will.
Every year over the last 10 baseball seasons, so 2016 through 2025, the Los Angeles Dodgers have either been in the World Series or won 100 games plus, or both. Every year. Talking about the last 10 seasons, either have been in the World Series or won 100 games plus, or both. Every single year.
Yeah. And they're not going to slow down any, the way they're spending.
It's harder to believe that they were bad for a little stretch there. Like, how could the Dodgers have been bad?
Well, they had the divorce between the owners. That was actually it.
Did they stop spending in that stretch? I don't remember that period, like what their teams look like. But now,
was that a cuck sitch? Because that's really the only thing that's blown up. Yeah, who was cucking who, Doug?
I forget who the cucky or cucker was.
Clip that off.
That's right.
But they also
How I got
drafted.
cucked out of the Dodgers.
Also drafted.
That hurts.
30 for 30. What if I told you?
Franchise worth $10 billion and you lost it by being a cuckold.
Clip that off.
Yeah, Friday will be game one of the World Series.
Ohtani's been the MVP 3 of the last 4 years, and the other year he was second.
So you're saying he's pretty good?
Yeah, there's not many people who have ever done that. It's almost like he's the big kid in Little League Baseball who's 2 years ahead of everybody else and turning to puberty, where he's a head taller and 50 pounds heavier than everybody else. And it's just not fair. To be the best pitcher and the best hitter and the best base runner.
Doug's comp is actually Danny Almonte.
That's actually a pretty good comp.
If I say to Ichiro, are you no doubt first ballot?
In what sport?
Well, see.
We met somebody recently, remember? And he said, I'm actually Ichiro's American Hits.
He was at the Rawlings Experience.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
He was a delight.
That's a great name.
You're welcome to get involved. The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is where you can talk it over with other TMA friends. 288 are in there, youtube.com/TMASTL. You can text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And you can call into the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And try to compete with some greats. We got a wonderful showdown here as we head down the stretch in the month of October for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Shooter McGavin with a 2-goal lead on Buck Swope, and then a bunch of players with 1 win apiece. Doug, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Hello again, everybody.
Well, hello. Design Air is the name you need to know anytime that you have a problem with your furnace or your air conditioner, or even if you don't have a problem. It's wise to have Seth Goldcamp and his crew come out and take a look and do the routine maintenance, and maybe you never will have a problem. That's what way they've done it my house. I've had Larry, the Silver Fox, and most recently Steve, the dashing and highly regarded Steve, has been out to my house. They do great work at Design Air, and they have been doing that since 1904, more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy, and not just another HVAC company. We are proud to say they are the longest running sponsor on TMA. Thank you, Seth Goldcamp, for that. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something you don't need, whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat. They have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way in about an hour. Miss anything? Podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Download the TMA STL app. Download the 101 ESPN app. Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. 6,140 friends have done so. And go back and podcast with the Schaefer Door Company podcast. That's Jason Gosrow and his team at Schaefer Door Company, online at schaeferdoor.com. I feel like I'm on the verge of needing a new garage door. Doug, does your garage door make a lot of noise?
Going up and down? It did, but all I needed was a strut.
That's it. I just kind of get that sense. Like, this is so I feel it's coming. If that happens to you, just go to schaeferdoor.com and work with Jason Gosrow and his team. They set aside time on Monday mornings for the garage doors that break over the weekend. And Jason and his team will be out there quick, fast, in a hurry. Schaeferdoor.com is SCHAEFER door.com. That's Schaefer Door, and they set up a number specifically for TMA listeners at 636-782-3608. And if you run a business or a warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs as well, so they service commercial doors as well. Longtime TMA sponsor, Jason Gosrow, big TMA listener. He's the owner of the business. It's Schaefer Door, sponsor of the podcast here on The Morning After. The program's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
Over the years, people have gotten a little more specific about what type of drink they want. If you're going to have a vodka tonic, you won't just say that. You'll ask for a specific brand. And more people around St. Louis now are asking for 1879. That's right behind the Village Bar, the great spot to hang out, get a burger and fries, meet your friends, watch the game. That same spot out back, that cool-looking barn, is the home of 1879 Distilling, where they make Red Barn vodka. They have 6 different flavors, the premium brand. Also 1879 bourbon, 1879 rye. So ask for it by name. It's starting to pop up around town once you're at the grocery stores. Hey, do you guys carry 1879? We're talking about the German distilling heritage that St. Louis has a rich history. Handcrafted small batch spirits. Quality, taste, tradition, all of it right there at 1879. Find out more. The website, just kind of read about the whole history of this, how it came about. It's pretty cool. Great site, 1879 Distilling. That goes back to the early 1800s. So when you're at the Village Bar, you're already going to be heading there to hang out, meeting folks for happy hour or on the weekend, watching the Mizzou game. Just say, hey, I'll try that Red Barn vodka. I'll try that 1879 bourbon. Ask for it by name. 1879 Distilling, St. Louis, Missouri.
It's Halloween. It's time to scare the pants off your friends. It's Halloween. It's time to collect strangers' candy. It's Halloween. It's time to do some pumpkin carving. What are you going to be for Halloween?
Gives you a little perspective, doesn't it?
It really does, because I was lacking in perspective.
Good for you.
And now that I hear this, it's really starting to get my life in order.
Sounds like it borrows a little bit from that song Brick.
Oh, yeah, Ben Folds 5.
Ben Folds 5,
Nice.
yeah. Doesn't it sound a little...
Boy, that is nice. I wonder if there'll be some litigation for Ben Folds 5 to
I mean, I didn't need to put it out there, but I like how the dossier now, at times, Jackson will editorialize. It's not just audio from Shane Beamer that we played earlier, but it says, gets all annoyed because his team stinks.
I love over the weekends when I see Shane Beamer, Dabo Swinney audio, because I know Papers will make Papers happy.
It says his team stinks and reporters want to know why.
That's essentially it.
Larson Woods Wacko was on the plains on Saturday night, and he says the level of carb/sugar/empty calories I saw being consumed down on the plains was next level. Absolutely mind-bending trying to process those visions. That's from the Larson Woods Wacko, TMA beat reporter who had the exclusive on Sam Horn and now covering the game for us at Auburn.
I'd like more information on the empty calories. What exactly were they eating? Funnel cakes?
Deep fried stuff?
Oh.
Looked like a pony in the crowd.
Great turnout, great atmosphere, too.
I just think that underscores how bad they need to win at Auburn and how bad of a coaching hire Hugh Freeze was and how quick they're probably going to fire his ass.
Fire his ass.
I mean, it's shocking. Are you guys shocked that we haven't heard anything of it as we stand here right now at 10 o'clock on a Monday? 0-4 in the SEC?
Yeah. The answer is yes. To answer your question, yes. I was surprised that Billy Napier got let go after a win.
I guess the fans were still screaming to fire even after they won the game.
And Hugh Freeze, he gets Arkansas. Something will have to give. Because Auburn's defense against Arkansas's offense, and then on the other hand, Auburn's offense against Arkansas's defense. It will be a case of something having to give when those two get together this weekend.
What's the audio, Jackson? Billy Napier turned into a Southern Belle. This is before he gets fired, obviously. So he thinks he's maybe saved it.
We'll see what Miss Sally's got at the house tonight.
See what Sally's got at the house tonight.
Doesn't have a problem with head ball coaches.
Sally's got at the house
tonight. Doesn't have a problem with head ball coaches referring to their wives like Nick Saban does with Miss Terry.
Ridiculous. That's craziness.
Like she's got to whip something up for the hungry ball coach.
Hey, I guess he was from Tennessee, so there's a chance he talks like that normally.
Yeah. I've heard him talk before.
Awfully folksy.
I've heard him speak before.
I like when he said, we'll see what tomorrow brings. I wish the reporter had said, I have a good idea.
Yeah, he sounds like Colonel Sanders. I've heard him speak before. He doesn't say usual. I didn't notice that he would talk like that. I'm off.
See what Sally's got at the house.
Yeah, well, he got fired minutes later.
Couldn't possibly go out to dinner.
They were like, damn it, he won. Well, we're still firing him.
Yeah. Fire his ass.
It makes all the sense. They should have fired him last year, probably.
But going into the bye, that's another. If you're a coach,
100%.
Right.
That's the one. If
That's when you get fired.
Either lose or play poorly, and then the bye is right around the corner.
Also, Mississippi State, I think, has a claim, like Auburn claims national championships, to claim that they won that game. They called a field goal that they missed, and I'm pretty sure it went in.
I actually agree with you. I was certain that Bobby Boots missed, and I agree with you because I had bet Mississippi State plus whatever they were getting, 9.5.
9.5, yeah.
Yeah, and I was irritated by it in the moment.
Yeah, I think they should extend the uprights higher. There might be a structural issue with wind.
Yeah, I think that's probably it because otherwise it's just too obvious. All right, over-under on SEC coaches in 2025 getting terminated. I'm going to set it at 5.5. For the record, Doug, Arkansas, 1 has already happened. Florida, 2 has already happened. And nobody else to date. 5.5 is my number. I would imagine Mike Elko doesn't have anything to worry about. I would imagine Kalen DeBoer doesn't, but you never know.
Jeez.
Kirby Smart's good. Lane Kiffin's good. Eli Drinkwitz is good. Clark Lee may be God. Brent Venables live. I would imagine Sarkisian's good, but I think you could hear rumblings there. It certainly would have happened had they not won in overtime at Kentucky. Brian Kelly might not be with us this time next week. Josh Heupel, keep an eye on it. I don't think he would get fired, but they do have at Kentucky versus Oklahoma and at Florida and at home against Vanderbilt. If they were to lose 3 of those 4, keep an eye on that situation. Then you have Jackson's guy Shane Beamer. Jeff Lebby, I would imagine, is good in Starkville. And then you've got Hugh Freeze and Mark Stoops. Over under 5.5. 2 are already gone. What do you think?
I'll say under.
You're going under?
Yeah, I think that's too high.
Yeah.
I think Venables and Kelly are safe for the year.
Or one of the two.
I think they'll give Kelly one more run at it.
Boy.
I know.
I feel
know.
I feel good about disagreeing with you on that one.
Venables, I'm more confident, gets another year.
Would you like to...
on Brian Kelly specifically or the total?
No, on Brian Kelly specifically.
Okay, so I'm saying that he will be the head coach of LSU in week 1 of next season.
That's
You're
right.
saying no?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll throw 20 on it.
20 has been booked.
Don't be dirty.
So I'll parlay my Licks winnings.
Hugh Freeze gets you to 3 for sure.
That's
and
right.
let's say Venables or Kelly. Let's just say one of them. That's 4. I
And
still
then-
need 2 more.
Yeah.
Beamer.
I think I can
Beamer,
under.
maybe. I think Heupel's safe for the year. Levy's for sure safe.
Can Arkansas fire 2 coaches in the same year?
Stoops just gets Stoops just gets to hang out in Kentucky. They're like, as long as Mark Pope and the basketball team's good, you can hang out and do whatever Stoops.
They should have beat Texas.
They should have.
It is so absurd, the expectations. It's just it's a week to week thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm telling you, I don't know why I do it to myself, but I just live on Power Mizzou during Missouri games, and it's just. I mean, Drinkwitz has got to go. Kirby Moore's got to go. It's just...
And the schools don't do themselves any favors by firing coaches that have had long runs of success simply because a couple games went the wrong way, a field goal was missed or something.
Couldn't agree with you more.
You're going to break up an entire program over that?
I think Penn State is the one where it's like, wow. I think that really opened people's eyes up to like how crazy the expectations are.
Yes. But it is just kind of like, all right, this is, and then a guy wins against a team that beat Texas Tech on Saturday. Granted, they didn't have their starting quarterback, but still, and was in the playoff last week. Mississippi State beat Arizona State. And, Florida wins against this team, and then he gets whacked.
Yeah. I think they're with us. I think they thought that field goal went in. They're like, you know what? You lost. You actually lost.
They were looking at it that way.
You actually lost, Billy Napier.
Who do you think is actually making the decisions as to who's getting whacked? Are these
boosters?
Boosters. Also.
Period.
And how many of those are there? Do they get together and talk in a conference call? They have a Zoom call and say, that's it, we're withholding our money, he's got to go?
Yes, actually. I don't know if it's a conference call, but yes.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it.
I think it's on Slack.
Just a handful of them at each place, you think? Half a dozen or so?
I mean, if one place has the guy who's the lion's share, then he says he's pulling his money, and they sit there and they live on the school's message board and Twitter.
A Texas oilman, he gets to make the call.
Texas, I can't think who Texas Tech's beneficiary is, but yeah, I think he put 25.
Is that the guy who does the commercials to fix the college game? Or is that a different guy?
I don't know. I mean, it's just all so insane. And I think you're going to see, somebody else will be let go this coming Sunday. It's inevitable.
Do we know who the boosters are that would decide for Mizzou? Who the handful of people are?
No.
They keep it quiet.
I don't know them. Do you know them?
No. That's what I'm wondering. Is it a hush-hush thing? What?
Look at Tim's neck when he does that.
Merton Hanks?
Yeah, a little bit.
Merton Hanks is one of the boosters?
Money talks, wealth whispers.
Okay.
Money talks, wealth whispers. If you've got enough money to peel off $10 million because you want a new head ball coach,
yeah, I just wonder.
Odds are you're not rolling around on a lease through Clayton.
Cronky's not in that group, right?
But I think Bill Laurie still gives a lot of money to. I'm not saying he's calling for coaches' firings, but I think he still quietly gives a lot of money to Mizzou.
Yeah, they had a massive anonymous donation just 2 years ago to help fund this North End Zone project. The anonymous thing is like crazy to me. It's like, here's all this money and don't say it was me.
Well, you know why they do
because
it.
You don't want people to know you have that much money.
Right, because then every charity in the world comes knocking on your door.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you put money for you paid money for the stadium. You can't help my kids.
Larry David gave an anonymous donation. Didn't go well for him.
James Carlton's going to be in studio here coming up. Martin, you've got onboarding, and then you are off tomorrow. You're going to just go to a quick flying up to Teterboro here and get to land by 1 and then go to Jackson's parents' place?
Yeah, we're going to do a little, we're going to take the whole group. We're going to offboard with all of them.
In the Hamptons?
Yeah.
A little chilly up there right now.
Done all the paperwork.
A little chilly up there.
So Martin is out tomorrow, back on Wednesday. James Carlton sliding into his seat here for the 10 o'clock hour. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Before even heading out onto the hardwood, Houston Rockets star Kevin Durant has signed a 2-year, $90 million contract extension with a player option for the 2027 season, his agent tells ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Doug, look over on your right.
Oh,
It's
yeah, I
not
saw him
Martin
sitting over
Kilcoyne.
there.
It's James
Yeah.
Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency.
Hello,
Good
James.
morning, everyone. What a glorious Monday.
Oh, look at you. You're the chipper chicken.
I am. I have a little bone to pick with Doug, though.
Yes.
no.
Do the right thing, James. Go after this
you
guy.
shame Jackson and Martin for getting chicken wings in Florida. And did I hear you and Martin were sharing the elevator up here last week? You don't take the one flight of stairs to get up here?
No, I absolutely
It's
do not.
literally a
It's
2-second
flights. I park all the way downstairs, so it's
okay,
two
fair
flights
enough.
of stairs.
Okay,
Sometimes Martin and I arrive at the same time, 4:30 a.m., obviously.
Show prep.
And I will be talking walking in, and then we part ways because I go up the steps and he waits for the elevator.
All right, that's a little different. All right, it's 2 flights. I apologize. Hey, but that was an interesting game. It was
Where were you watching the game?
in my,
And how were you
in my
handling
basement by myself. The
There
way it
you
should
go.
be.
There you go.
Yes.
Welcome to the club.
Yes. It reminded me kind of the OU game. I was expecting just a bonkers fourth quarter.
That Jackson Arnold brings on the bat crap.
Wow. And I couldn't believe he's making $2.5 million. I didn't know that.
Yeah, when Tom Hart said that, Tom Hart, our guest in the 7 o'clock hour, he was on the call and he said Jackson Arnold's making $2.5 million. Holy crap.
Gosh. Now, when you watch at home alone, do you have to stand up in the fourth quarter? I had to do that.
I was
got out of the
actually
couch yelling,
kneeling behind my couch for that field goal that was missed.
kneeling behind it.
Were you really? Oh, I wish
not
I
like
could've
in a
gotten
crouch
video of that.
position, just like kind of in a ready
good
to
for you.
explode. Yeah.
I love that.
Yes.
I asked the dais earlier on in the program, James, what their percentage of likelihood Bobby Boots makes that field goal. Doug, I believe, was the only one who thought he was actually going to make it.
I thought he would.
What was your
I
percentage?
thought he would too. I mean, that was right in his wheelhouse, 38 yards, right? I mean, and he barely missed it.
Had the leg.
Yeah.
My question was, in the previous play, why didn't you run it to the middle of the field?
I thought that was a great
thinking that
point.
as well?
No,
Right the
in
first
fairness,
time
I
I
wasn't
texted-
live. No, I wasn't thinking that live, but that's a great point.
I
'cause
mean,
now
I
you're-
could not.
Yeah.
I still, like, anything over the last 2 games, Alabama and Auburn, and I realize nobody will think about this because they won the game, and I understand, results oriented. But holy crap, I'm so glad you brought that up because I probably would have forgotten it. It's the first time I've texted Gabe, like in a game I care about anyway.
Yeah.
When it happened, I go, I cannot believe they just threw the football because Gabe was right. You have to play with that guy as your kicker. You have to go for the touchdown. You have to. You just have to. And that's why he tweeted it out. Missouri has to play for the touchdown. And on 3rd and 4, it's just like, we'll just throw it. The hell. And,
I don't want to be insincere to the Auburn kicker, but what was going on? He looked unhealthy.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, they talked about how he had to have surgery and part of his intestines removed. And I believe it's from a unique form of Crohn's disease.
Yeah, they don't have
mistaken.
a plan B because, I mean, to roll
would
him
agree
out
with
there
you.
on a 52-yarder, that's just
and that
cruel.
didn't even.
You're paying a quarterback $2.5 million, and your kicker's coming off intestinal surgery.
James, I've been talking it over here with the boys on the program to get their gauge on this. The Colonel now is arrived where I have been here for a while, which is 10-2 may not be good enough. What do you think will take place?
Well, I'd love to have that problem. That would be a nice problem to have. I'd be
would
shocked.
you really, though? Honestly, would you like to go 10-2 and then be on the outside looking in while you watch Georgia Tech?
I mean, 10-2. I think there's a path. You're in the SEC championship game, and then you're definitely a lock. I feel like at that point. You know what's interesting is the one undefeated team left is A&M. A&M has not really been tested on the road, although they kind of were in Fayetteville.
South Bend.
I'm talking about in the SEC. Sorry, but this is ChatGPT. I asked ChatGPT.
Oh, I like this.
When is the last time LSU lost at night at home?
Oh, that is a nice.
Just because
that's a nice question.
They seem to play at home at night quite often.
Lane Kiffin has brought
this
that to
is
everyone's attention.
ChatGPT. The last time LSU Tigers lost on a Saturday night home game was November 2002.
Jeez.
Wait, what?
2002.
I cannot believe
I
that's
can't
the
either.
case.
This was outside the hallway here, so I didn't have a lot of time to research it. But I'd be curious if that's true. And before I looked at that, LSU is going to beat A&M this week.
I think so too.
I mean, I think it's almost a lock. They're 2.5-point dogs, but That place
they
at night.
lost a night home game when they defeated by Alabama 42-13 in 2024.
That was Brian Kelly's big win. Yeah, I remember that.
What was
Wait,
that,
no.
Jackson?
Brian Kelly had a big win in Tuscaloosa. Sorry, so they lost a night game in
Defeated
Death
by
Valley.
Alabama 42-13 in
Not
Death Valley.
Not really a testament to ChatGPT.
No, I told you about a month ago. I looked for. I put in who had the best left-handed throwing arm in Major League Baseball history, left outfielder,
right?
Thinking I was going to get Rick Ankiel, so it came back Bo Jackson. He's right-handed.
But that was the first time they lost a home night game since 2012, a 15-game.
Hey, we're getting closer. My narrative is starting to play out a little bit here. But even before I look that up, I just feel like LSU is going to beat A&M.
I tend to agree with you on that. Jackson, I am going to crowdsource our chairman. If you could look it up, what the number is there. Vanderbilt is a 3-point favorite. Are you heading to Nashville?
No, I can't make it, unfortunately. Jackson should, though.
Thank you.
Do it for me, Jackson. Come on.
Is the number still 25%, Jackson, or has it gone up?
It's remained at 25%. It's going to float there for most of the week.
Me and my wife and perhaps my older son, I would even include my younger son after his outstanding performance for the Alabama game, are talking about it.
See,
here's the issue on it, actually, the forecast. To have two kids out, or one kid for that matter, out in pouring rain, that might not
Is that
be,
what it's calling for?
It's what it's
toughens them up, Timmy.
I would agree with you
for Mizzou.
for the 90-minute to 2-hour trip to Columbia, but if we're doing the 5-hour trip to Nashville and then turning around, probably on Saturday night
Soaking
or Sunday,
wet.
I don't think that's necessarily. So that's something that I'm keeping an eye on. But it won't affect you, Jackson. You are the ass getter.
Well, your oldest son's road record, if we're going back to the March Madness last year, is not great, right? Don't do that to
you son of a. He's
But hey,
4-1. He's 4-1 for
go.
football. Now the younger one is 0-1, and you got to keep an eye on him.
Yes.
He might be a problem, even though he's still wearing his Missouri football jersey
That's
around
incredible.
Jackson, and you love that.
But the fact that you're looking at going leads me to believe you think they have a decent chance to win.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
As far as the circumstances go, if I'm the average fan, I'm going, oh my God, Vanderbilt looked great and Missouri looked bad. So that's how people lose money gambling. They look at the last week, and that's wonderful. That's how people like me make money. That's a great situation. I was always shorting two blue bloods in college in the SEC, if you want to call them blue bloods, in LSU and Tennessee. I thought it was kind of obvious, but then again, this is all I do on Saturdays, is in particular watch SEC football. And Tennessee, to me, should have lost to Mississippi State. LSU got hyped because they won at Clemson when I thought, and I think others, but I certainly did think Clemson was going to be a national championship contender. And that was all they really had to offer so far this year. They had trouble at home against South Carolina the week before. And meanwhile, Vanderbilt, I thought, played Alabama better than Missouri did. I know that will ruffle some feathers, but that was there for the
They
taking.
imposed their will much more. I would definitely say that.
So with that said, that was as close to a free money situation as you get. And so Vanderbilt is a great team, but they have the name Vanderbilt, and so it's thought of, and I think this is what Brian Kelly's dealing with this morning, is how can you possibly lose to Vanderbilt? But if that were Tennessee with that record and that performance today, people are like, man, that could be a national championship contender. And you have to unlearn that which we even thought maybe 2 years ago now in college football. That's a really good team. And Diego Pavia is the great improviser. We saw it last year in Columbia. I think it's even more so now. He's got some tight ends. They got a running game with Cedric Alexander. At some point, Missouri's going to have to be able to do more with the passing game than they have been able to do. I will say this, though. Even though Prabula was what he was, I think a lot of that was about the offensive line and Auburn's talent on the defensive line. And then the fact that they're just like, okay, this guy can't figure it out. We're just going to blitz him to hell. Whereas Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss, I don't know if anybody saw this, but Lane Kiffin spotted the all-out blitz, cover 0, on one of Ole Miss's touchdowns, and he stops the play, gives the signal that just immediately release the ball near sideline, and Lane Kiffin's running down the sideline with him because they spotted it and led to a touchdown against Georgia. Missouri needs to go to those screen passes when those blitzes come in, and that will be the bailout, and that will stop that. But Hugh Freeze and DJ Durkin on Saturday night go, this guy can't figure it out. Missouri's not adjusting to it. We're going to stop him. That's how we're going to do it. But He made a pass to Kevin Coleman, and then what was it? I think it might have been 2 passes to Coleman, actually. The one in overtime. I mean, that was huge.
Yeah, it was. Third and long.
So huge.
Yeah.
And I understand how it flies under the radar with all the other stuff that happened, but that 3rd and long and second overtime, huge. And then there was another one where he stepped up in the pocket, which was one of the flaws against Alabama, and I think it was Kevin Coleman. In addition to the guy, I have to credit you. This was before I even knew the man's name. Donovan Alugbade. Yeah. You told me about this. This might have been like in July.
It was, but in fairness, I didn't know much about him as a freshman.
Other receivers.
Wide receivers are typically divas and very involved with themselves. Kevin Coleman, unsolicited, said this is the best wide receiver I've ever seen, and he's in his 4th program. Kevin Coleman is. So I'm like, wow, that caught my attention when he said that.
And he played with Travis Hunter.
Yeah,
Find one. Find one. Every play. Find one.
He's just, and that's kind of a developing thing. His stock is doing this. Hardy's is doing that, but now they're aware of it. His snap count, I think, went up 250% from the Alabama game. They continue to get the ball in his hands. I do not think, not that this is a real bold statement, that Vanderbilt's defense is going to be able to do what Alabama's.
Correct. I agree with that.
And what Auburn's did. I mean, you can mock Auburn in the record, and I certainly will because it is kind of funny. But Auburn has been in a spot.
Held Georgia to 20, A&M to 16.
And they have a hell of a defense.
Yeah.
They just how they can go out there with that guy quarterback. That's an unforgivable.
I was shocked. I said this last week. I didn't think he was going to start.
Yeah, and they stuck with him, and he just doesn't have it.
KG and I thought he freezed
that Missouri has the defensive line, and in particular the defensive ends. But it's not just the defensive ends that are able to get pressure on quarterbacks. It's going to be an incredible. That was a game this past Saturday I wasn't really looking forward to watching, and it was entertaining, but it was just because it was so dumb.
Yes.
This game I'm looking forward to watching. I could see Missouri winning comfortably. I could also see Vanderbilt winning comfortably. It is in the wide delta outcome going into this one.
You had mentioned the Ole Miss Georgia game, which was incredible. I left to go pick up a takeout order. I was getting 7.5 points, up by 9. I came back.
Oh no!
that was the bad beat of the year.
No!
Hey, logistics for a second. If you hit a future, which I've never bet on a future and won before, but I hit it with Vandy because I took the over 5.5 preseason.
Great call.
And they've clearly gotten 6. I haven't gotten paid on that. Is that unusual?
Some places will pay. Like if I hit an over during a game, I've noticed sometimes I'll get paid during the game. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, because it's not going to go backwards.
That's correct. And then some places do not pay it.
They're going to wait and see if they have to vacate some wins.
They have to vacate a win, I guess, like the Fab Five.
We're hoping maybe you forget about the bet.
Yeah, there you go.
James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, and he is demanding Jackson go to Nashville.
The odds just plummeted. I just took a look at the secondary market for tickets.
What?
Out of the budget.
How much?
Cheapest ticket is $260.
I was looking at that. I saw that.
Yeah, that's
how much does that place hold? 35?
It's not huge. I've been there once, not since the renovation.
It's not big at all.
So you're not going to pay $260?
No, I will not be paying $200.
What if we did a TMA GoFundMe?
No, I don't want anyone's money.
What if I just gave you $260?
What if I told you I wanted to watch the game on television in my home? I don't get to watch it home on my television.
I really looked forward to watching this
I was planning on watching an Auburn game at home on my television. My friends, come to the bar. We're gonna all hang out. All right, fine, no audio. I want to watch the damn
and you
broadcast.
Had Ray King kissing you?
Ray King was there. He was trying to smooch. What's going on?
That's a distraction.
That's why you went, wasn't it?
I want to go. I want to watch at my home.
So you're gonna watch at your home?
I think so. It's going to be raining. I'm not paying $270.
Wacko gets you a ticket.
Don't. I would actually be upset if someone gets me a ticket because that's going to make me have to go, and I don't want to.
What if you sat in the middle between his two sons on the way down?
Would you go then?
No.
2 car seats in the back.
No.
How about seats in the back?
Free air travel.
Free air travel?
That's right.
Oh.
Ooh, nice little 45-minute flight.
Private.
Yeah. That would change things.
There it is. This guy's a spirit-only guy.
Got a price. Yeah.
James, always good to talk it over with you.
Guys.
Thank you so much. There he is, the great James Carlton, the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. The program's called TMA. It's 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It's a historic St. Louis company founded downtown in 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. Stifel partners with the Cardinals and the Blues and the Stifel Charity Classic, and they also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support our city, our people, and their future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services, and is a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success. Stifel and TMA, rather. That's where success meets success, and has a nice ring to it. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
It's the Morning After 101 ESPN show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here in about 20 minutes. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com if you are feeling sluggish. this Monday morning. That could just be standard Monday feeling, or it could be indicative of low testosterone. If you or your family have seen a change in yourself, if you're not quite yourself anymore, you're struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love, put it this way, if your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older, or work stress, or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone calling it quits and you never got the memo. Mentality can help change that. Check them out at mentalityhealth.com. Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just that feeling that something's off, Mentality can help. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. Mentality, a longtime TMA sponsor. We were joined by Chris Kerber in the 8 o'clock hour. He is with us at 8:15 every Monday here on the program. How about this comment from Jim Montgomery following the Blues game? You were there on Saturday night, Doug. This is a hell of a compliment. He says this is the best, I don't know if you like this term, Doug, best sticks he's seen from the Blues.
The best sticks.
In 5 years. Take a listen.
Okay.
Our sticks were probably the best I've ever seen them since, probably since the year after the Blues won the Cup. That was a really good year, and that team had great sticks. Something we've been preaching, and the players are starting to do it. Hopefully we can develop that consistently. But Kyrou in particular, like his first goal was just an incredible reload where he backchecks, he has a stick on the ice, and his God-given ability took over.
You like that?
Okay.
That 2020 team was great before COVID.
Right. And by saying we had the best sticks, what exactly does that mean?
Jackson, what does that?
The best passing, the best.
Well, yeah, you want to pass it, Doug, tape to tape.
Yeah.
So I think that's important.
That's what they've been doing now.
And then little dipsy doodle. 9 of Hearts, something like that.
9 of Hearts, howdy doody.
Right. That has something to do with it. And then
a lot of 9 of Hearts out there.
Making sure that you put the cow pie in the barn off region.
Right. I guess that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, once you know puck, the game really opens up.
Okay.
So does that answer your question right there?
Right.
Well, sort of,
Yeah. Nice stick, Doug.
The best sticks we've had since 2020.
That's right. They'll try to maintain their best sticks tomorrow night against Kingy, and then beware the Mammoth. The Mammoth come a-calling on Thursday.
The Mammoth are pretty good, actually.
Take on Wingy Wing. I know. That's a team that's been a burr in their saddle.
You think
back to when they were the Coyotes.
The Athletic is going to release their tier rankings of best sticks in the NHL?
I would like to see that.
Like they did for the forwards.
Does that just mean best players?
Good sticks is in terms of defensively. Sticks on pucks, sticks in passing lanes, sticks taking away ice. That's from Chunk and the Chuck, Doug.
But he talked about Kyrou. He's not a defensive guy. So I guess he said he did
some
back
good
check.
back checking, though, in the first
Nice
period.
back checking, Kai. Okay, it's about back checking.
I'm really optimistic about the Blue Sticks and where that org could be headed. That's Dale, and he's in Grubville. I want Doug's stick. That's from MD 2020. Sticks, like the best of times. That's from Thanks, Dad. Doug, was that Dennis DeYoung?
I just don't know. I should.
He's referring to getting sticks in the passing lanes and breaking up plays. Come on, Doug, learn puck. That's from the Bourbon Barrel Hole.
Oh, barrel hole.
Put that off. I am going to Nashville, and I do have an extra ticket, Ho-Chi Papers.
No.
Mark is welcome to come, but you guys would be responsible for your own room. And this is the best part. I won't try to have sex with any of you because I am hetero. Doug, that's from Orson Woods Wacko. He says that's the best part.
Yeah, that is the best part.
No, it is a pretty good part of it.
No, I ain't going. And then
That's it.
I ain't
It
going.
went from 25% in the 7 o'clock hour to 0% at 10:37. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers.
No, I ain't going.
It's because he refuses to have sex with you? Or because you just don't want to go?
A little from column A, a little from column B. Who could say?
He's offering a ticket and a drive down there?
Look at that.
Well, I don't need it. I have a vehicle.
He said Mark can go.
I have the ability to get in my car and drive there.
5-hour drive, though. You can just sit there and scroll TikTok while I send you TikTok links.
I prefer to drive.
Really?
Yeah. I would prefer to drive myself in my own vehicle by myself. That's how I like to drive.
You're kind of a loner.
I like to listen to my own music, listen to my own podcast, stop when I want.
Yeah.
That's it's my form of meditation.
That's my favorite part about long drives is stopping.
Yeah, good gas
Here's
station.
another McDonald's.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, not enough joy this morning because we're bowl-bound, baby. That is from Big Tuft. And Doug, he has sent a picture in of Missouri players holding bowl-bound shirts. Is this AI?
Them. No, they were wearing bowl-bound shirts. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what Bo and the rest of the crew did their post-game.
You guys both mean business. I think one has aces, one has kings. I'm laying down jacks. I'm laying down jacks.
So I was cutting some post-game audio from some of the players, and there was a door in the Auburn locker room where it was constantly opening, and it sounded like a bomb was going off every time it closed. So it rendered all the audio from the players useless, but they were all wearing bowl-bound T-shirts. That is a fact.
I'm folding.
No, they weren't.
Isn't that exciting? Missouri is bowl-bound.
Yeah, I saw in the dossier next to the Bo Perbula audio you put in parentheses, this audio quality sucks. Just
I had to cut out a big swath of it because the door slams, and it's you can't hear anything else.
Well, now I want to hear the door.
And then when the door
I'm
opens,
intrigued by it.
it's all hell breaking loose out in the concourse and stuff.
Can we hear a sampling?
Yeah, I'm actually going to pull up the raw audio for the next segment in the Bo Perbula segment. You'll hear this door.
I didn't hear from Kalen DeBoer, Kirby Smart, or Clark Lee, or Brent Venables, but they are also now bowl bound as well, Doug. So congratulations to those programs.
Everyone's bowl bound. You could wear those T-shirts like after the first game.
You took UCA for granted?
Yeah, seriously?
Yeah, kind of. I thought they'd be kidding if they brought that out, but they're not. We're bowl bound.
Tim, did you have anything on the Alabama-Tennessee total?
I did not. I was on Alabama side, minus 8.5, I think.
They didn't have a game on, but I guess Tennessee tried to jam one in there at the end.
That would have covered the over?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Really? I didn't know that was going on. I was pot committed to the War Eagle chaos. Doug Jackson has found the door.
Okay.
Don't say Jordan Hare. Say Jordan Hare.
Jordan Hare. Okay.
That bothers you, doesn't it?
It really does.
All right, here we go. It's actually from a tweet from our guy, Joey Van Zummerman, who was on the program last week. Here you go.
I mean, to me, it's kind of like a situation, like I enter a 2-minute drill or a 4-minute drill or an end of half, a certain mindset, and I think it's the same for overtime. You're not necessarily thinking that going into the game, we're going to play overtime, but you kind of got to shift your mindset, and because you get the ball in 25, especially after you score a touchdown, we're going for 2, so you kind of got to just ultimately stay with those.
Oh, man. What was that?
That was the door.
You sure somebody wasn't whacked? Was that Joe Pesci? They open the door, and then Pesci thinks he's getting made.
Yeah, and he gets whacked.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It's the loudest.
Boy, you wouldn't want to get your hand stuck in that door.
And you could hear when the door was open, there was just all hell breaking. You can't hear Perbula at all. Yeah, so.
Hey, we got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's TMA 101 ESPN. It's October, and this is when the weather really starts to shift. The mornings are crisp, the evenings are cooler, and before long, those chilly fall breezes will turn into full-blown winter winds. If your home's already feeling drafty or your energy bills are creeping up, now is the time to do something about it before the cold really sets in, and Universal Windows Direct is making it easier than ever with an October deal that is packed with value. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit, plus enjoy 0% interest for 3 full years, and to top it off, get an extra $500 off your entire home improvement project when you schedule this month. It is the perfect time to get ahead of the cold weather and upgrade your home's comfort, energy efficiency, and curb appeal, and do so with Universal Windows Direct. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. Buy 2, get 2 free. 0% financing for 3 years. Bonus $500 off. You'll be glad you did. And just like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Welcome back. TMA 101 ESPN show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Coming up, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is coming up here. And then BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. Doug, here we go.
Okay.
Game 7 tonight. Mariners and Blue Jays. Blue Jays minus 135, Mariners plus 115. Do with it what you want.
Okay.
And the winner gets the Dodgers. And that will take place on Friday night. Dave Roberts is just sitting around and he's waiting, and he gets to wait for a full week. You know who got to wait for a full week? The Detroit Tigers before they dealt with the 2006 St. Louis Cardinals.
Didn't
so
work
does that
out.
make you bet your bankroll on the Mariners or Blue Jays to win the World Series because you expect the Dodgers to not be able to field bunts?
No, I wouldn't expect that.
How about this? Check this out. Bye, baby bunting. Daddy's gonna hunting.
Okay, very nice.
The buggy whip in Palm Springs. Last time I was there, I went home with a guy named Jose.
Oh,
it's John Voight.
Mm-hmm. And what did that have to do with the Mariners Blue Jays series?
Los Angeles is pretty close to Palm Springs.
Is that it?
Palm Springs.
Okay.
Buggy whip.
Right.
No, I expect the Blue Jays to win tonight. The Blue Jays were 27 games over 500 at home this year.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying they're tough to beat up there. And I think
the Mariners
they'll
won
win
the
this
first
game
2 games, bro.
Yeah, well, they won't win this one, I don't think. I hope they do.
I happened to be watching live when Suarez hit the grand slam.
My God.
I mean,
that was
that was like the Marshawn Lynch earthquake against the Saints.
For real, I thought that. Yeah, I thought
there were gentlemen weeping, Doug. I know you don't like when you see the waterworks on guys.
I don't.
Yeah,
There was a
guy
guy
hit a
in the
home
stands
run?
after the game still crying.
What are you crying about? You should be happy.
It's the biggest moment in Mariner history, Doug.
So what? So be happy.
What about when Griffey scored on that?
1995, Vince Coleman was on that
the
team.
My Oh My game.
When David Freese hits a home run, do you break down in tears?
I may have wept in Game 6.
You did?
Yeah.
Jackson, Tyson, Jordan, Game 6. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Will Doug be in tears by the end of it? Find out next on 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues off today. Back in action tomorrow evening as they take on the LA Kings right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
All right, Doug, we are monitoring the coaching situation in the SEC, ACC, and Big Ten. Earlier today, the ACC athletic director, or ACC's Florida State athletic director, came out and said that they were going to decide on Mike Norvell's fate following the season. Now, from the Big Ten, Wisconsin Badgers athletic director Chris McIntosh within the hour has just announced that he supports Luke Fickell, and there will be an additional financial investment in the program. And we are waiting for the word from the Plains for Hugh Freeze. And at that point, we would have had votes of confidence from the ACC, the Big Ten, and the SEC. And then we'll monitor the vote of confidence situation from Baton Rouge should that little Southern debutante from South Boston, Brian Kelly, lose to Texas A&M on Saturday night. I don't know if he would get the vote of confidence.
It's a lot of monitoring. You're just going to sit here over the ticker tape?
That's correct.
Wait for the news to come in.
Just monitor coaches in college football. You lose 2 games, you're gone. It's time for the Design Air Heating. Oh, Doug's going to tell us about the Kelly and Thompson phone lines, Jackson.
Oh, yeah. They not only sponsor the phone lines, they do some of the best work on your house that any company in St. Louis has ever done. You wonder, hey, come on, that's a pretty big, bold statement. Well, they've been in business since the 1950s, more than 165 years of combined experience for the people at Collier and Thompson. You want to get your home done up right. This is where you go to get it spruced up. And the big thing is, don't wait until you're about to sell the house. Don't think, well, we're going to sell it. We've got to redo the kitchen. No, do it now and enjoy it. Enjoy it. If you got to sell it, fine, but don't wait until you got to sell your home to update it. Collier and Thompson, just the best place in town. Hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to be there to back up the work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available for you. The Collier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take pride in the work that they do. Something goes wrong, a year later you got a problem, they'll come back out and get it fixed. And also, it's a great place to go to get everything done. You don't have to go to 5, 10 different hardware stores, painting stores. They've got it all right there in-house. Check out their website at collierandthompson.com. Look at some of their before and after pictures. Just remarkable the kind of work that they can do for your home. Collier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, right there next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
It's the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Good morning. We went to Boo at the Zoo on Friday night. They should rename it BMI Bonanza. That boardwalk around the lake is going to collapse into a cloud of splinters any day now due to the herds of doughy scooter pilots housing pretzels down their gullets as their exhausted motorized steeds barely reach 2 miles per hour. My 5-year-old asked, "Dada, is that a hippo?" I said, "No, son, that's just a Festus."
Oh, come on.
Scooter pilot. Crestwood Coyote.
Crestwood Coyote.
They're calling it BMI Bonanza now? Line comes at you.
Was the line, is that a hippo? No, it's a Festus? Is that what it was?
It's got a sting.
Yeah.
That does sting. That's nasty.
Life comes at you fast and furious, fellas. And I don't mean the SEC coaches who get fired if they all play each other and each still need to go 10-2. As Ledoux says, math be damned. Yeah. Look at David Freeze, who decided that he was open to being part of this broadcast once he heard the call from the 20-year-old offshore wagering 5th grader. Freeze said, "Yep, I need to be a part of that presentation. That is for me." Even on Friday, Jackson went from being dressed to the nines, leading a teen abstinence workshop, and just a couple hours later, he was pushing his don't ask, don't tell agenda to normalize cuckoldry, and then striking his Heisman pose. We are all just there to witness it, and it is glorious. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Tim's phone books strewn haphazardly around the room on 3rd down.
Shooter McGavin.
And finally, hello, gentlemen. I want to address the rumors swirling throughout the 1-2-4 about me. Listen, and listen up good. Rumor 1, I've only tribbed once. Summer 2014, my legs were quivering and I had the sniffles for the next 2 months. Rumor 2, my needlepoint business did not file for bankruptcy or a cash call to Pawpaw. There's just a yarn shortage in the area, tariffs and such. As a donor who watches all Mizzou away games from the Napoli patio, I was disappointed Saturday. Nothing a few Han bombs and a Centene intern can't fix, though. I'm gearing up to have sex with my thimble-weed, fat-ass husband in the next couple months. What a chore that is. We're really trying to have our next kid have the same birthday as Tim. He thinks I like to be blindfolded, but I just can't stand to look at him. Where you at, Sharon? By appointment only. Doug, that's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom. That's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email it what you've got.
I'm going to have to vote for the self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom.
I'm going Crestwood Coyote.
I'm also going Coyote.
I'm going self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom, and that means self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom is one. Time for us to go. Bye.